Thank you all for attending this online conference. I'm Dr. Casey Johnson, Assistant Professor of Philosophy at the University of Idaho. I founded the Inland Northwest branch of the Society for Women in Philosophy. I'm so happy to be opening this second annual spring event. I founded SWIP-IN for a number of reasons. I wanted to provide my students with an enriching philosophical experience. I wanted to support women in philosophy in the ways that I've been supported and continue to be supported. And I wanted to build a network among philosophers in the Inland Northwest. This event certainly reflects that this network is being built. We hope that this is the second of many networking and workshopping events. Please stay in touch with SWIP-IN through social media. We announce events on our website at https://swipinland.weebly.com. I'll post this website to the chat. I'm very excited for the program today. SWIP events have always been among my favorites because of the collaborative and productive conversations that are the norm here. In that spirit, I recommend that everyone feel easy and forgiving about the likely hiccups of an online conference. Cats and kids and internet connections will do what they do, and that's all okay. I'm just glad we can be together and do philosophy together. We have a very rich program, so I don't want to take too much time before getting down to business. I cannot hand things over, however, without thanking some important people and entities. First, I'm grateful to the departments at WSU and Gonzaga and the University of Idaho for their support. Second, we would not be gathered here virtually or otherwise without the hard work of two people who organized the event. Roisin, Lally, and Trish Glazebrook really put today's event together, and I'm so grateful to both of you. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much. So I wanted to kind of start out just by thanking you for keeping the conference on. I think my favorite part of being an academic, other than teaching, is going to conferences and just hearing what other intellectuals have to say and what they're working on. So I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I did want to let everybody know that I have 2 toddlers and a preschooler here upstairs running around. And my wife is going through some injuries that has made her a little less mobile than normal. So I apologize. I'll be kind of in and out of the conference after my presentation here. In fact, I had a presentation about a month ago, and my son Cash kind of came down. So if that happens, I apologize. But I'll get going here. So the title is, Are You Ready to Meet Your Baby? Phenomenology, Pregnancy, and the Ultrasound. And I thought that I'd kind of start out by talking about how this paper kind of came about. So I teach at a really small health sciences school in Green Bay, Wisconsin. And we've got 4 majors, so nursing, radiology, sonography, and radiation therapy. And a friend of mine got a postdoc at the University of Oxford with Dan Zahavi. So those of you who work in bioethics and phenomenology probably know who Dan Zahavi is, but he's working on essentially applying phenomenology to nursing and other allied health sort of professions. So that's kind of what his project is right now. So I got a call from my friend saying, hey, would you be interested if we came out and did a workshop on kind of using phenomenology for health professions? And I'm like, yeah, absolutely. That sounds fantastic. I work in phenomenology, in environmental philosophy, and in bioethics. So yeah, that's a great opportunity for the students, for the faculty, and for the health system that we're affiliated with. So it was a really nice event that we had last year. And at the event, the sonography program director was in attendance, and she was kind of blown away. She had no philosophical background whatsoever. Her name's Amanda Hogan. And she was kind of blown away by how useful phenomenology could be in regards to not only her in her practice, she still practices as an ultrasound tech, but also to teach her students to provide better patient care. So she came up to me afterwards and she said, hey, I'd be really interested in learning more about this. And I said, yeah, let's do it. Let's write a paper together on where we can go with this. So that's where this came about. It just got published a couple months ago. So this is kind of the opposite of how I normally like to do things, right? So normally you bounce ideas off of people and then you try to get it published. But they were so quick in the publication process that this is already published. But I'd still like to share with you kind of where we went with the paper, because it's an interesting example of collaboration across disciplines. She literally had no philosophical background. I have no background in health sciences, so it's kind of an interesting way in which this came about. So let's get right to it. These are the two things I'm hoping to talk about today. So I'm going to analyze Iris Marion Young's claims that maternal care in modern medicine can be objectifying and alienating. So essentially, we're going to look at her 1984 paper and the postscript from 2005, and that's kind of where we're going to start. And then we're going to kind of see how we can do things better than what she experienced in her maternal care. So that's the first thing we're going to do. The second thing we're going to do is utilize Edith Stein's phenomenology and Gadamer's hermeneutics to show ways in which sonographers can provide excellent patient care in a modern medical context. So as we'll kind of talk about, sonographers, they absolutely have to use technology to do their jobs. It's integrated into the very profession itself. So it's not like they have an option to say, oh, maybe we'll just like not use the technology at this particular time. They have to. So what Amanda and I kind of were trying to figure out is, well, obviously technological integration is necessary, but how can we make sure that the woman is not feeling alienated? So that's kind of where we're going to try to go with this. So let's start out with Young. She says there are 4 aspects, and this is our interpretation at least, 4 aspects of a mother's experience of pregnancy. So the first part is that the mother has this privileged access to the creative process. So it is only the mother who has this experience. It's very subjective in regard to, you know, the feelings that she's having, the changes to her body and whatnot. Initially in the pregnancy, the argument is that this is a very subjective thing, and she has privileged access. As the pregnancy continues, there's this dislodging effect that accompanies the changes in the mother's body. And what's interesting is when we wrote this paper, Amanda was pregnant. So we were kind of chronicling all the different changes that she was experiencing in the early parts of her pregnancy. And she just had her child, a little baby boy who's now a month and a half old, which is why she wasn't able to join us actually. So this lodging effect, so you kind of feel like your pre-pregnant body is kind of how you feel, but you have to live in the pregnant body, and they don't necessarily jive, at least initially. And then the third thing that Young talks about is that these effects, these changes that are happening to the woman's body induce this wonder. And it's not like, it leads to this, the fourth thing is an innocent narcissism. So it's not the case that narcissism kind of has a negative connotation typically. Narcissism in this regard is not negative at all. So she kind of says, as I undress in the morning, I gaze in the mirror for long minutes. And she's in awe of the changes that are happening to her. And the fact that she's not controlling those changes makes it something that's wonderful, like literally wonderful. So that's kind of where Young starts it out. And then she talks about essentially how this innocent narcissism and this sense of wonder really shifts once she engages in modern maternal care. So she experienced, and this is 1984, but she has a postscript, like I said, in 2005, and she reiterates that it's still the case, that the maternal care that she experienced led her to feel objectified and alienated. And I'm just going to read what she has to say in this regard. So one second here. So she says that instruments basically take the control from the mother towards the technology and the health professional. So what she's trying to argue is that it used to be that I had this privileged access to this experience of the fetus growing inside of me and my child and whatnot, but that has shifted where the locus of truth is now kind of open. And as we'll talk about, it feels objectifying. So we'll kind of see what she has to say there. She focuses on 2 aspects. So the fetal monitor, which monitors the contractions of the mother, And then the sonogram, which is what I'm going to talk about because that's kind of the focus of the paper. So let's talk about the sonogram. So Jung says this: these objectified observables come to be defined as the authoritative knowledge of the process of gestation and the state of the fetus. And thereby the pregnant woman's privileged insider knowledge comes to be devalued. So before you walk into the clinic, you are the one with the privileged access to what this pregnancy experience is. But as you've come into that clinic and as you have your examination, all of a sudden, your knowledge becomes devalued, and the so-called objective knowledge that you get from technology and the health professionals becomes kind of more privileged to some extent. So that's kind of the way in which she experienced this, at least, and this leads her to feel alienated. So let's kind of talk about what those stages of alienation look like. So in our interpretation, there are three. So first off, the subjective experience of the mother is de-emphasized in favor of the objective measurements of the technological apparatuses. So as I kind of mentioned, that there's a shift that happens there. And when that shift happens, there's a locus of truth that shifts as well. So it used to be the mother, that's where the truth resided. And now it goes towards, you can view that sonogram, and anybody can view that sonogram. And essentially, the dimensions of the fetus become more important than the feelings of the mother. And then thirdly, this leads to a feeling of objectification and a feeling of alienation. So we're going to use a couple philosophers to kind of try to make sense of this. I'm a Heideggerian, so that's kind of my go-to philosopher. From a Heideggerian perspective, we can say that technology is not simply a means to an end, but rather a way of revealing. So what does modern medicine, the way in which it's set up, what does that tell us about what matters in that context? And what we argue is that the technological devices utilized in healthcare reveal what matters in an ordered fashion. So what matters are objective data. That's what matters, right? I'm not really all that interested in the subjective narrative of the mother. I'm much more interested in getting these dimensions correct and accurate, right? So that's essentially one thing that we have to keep in mind. The worry with this then, as Jaspers put it all the way back in 1959, is that the patient is basically seen as less important, right? The patient sees herself in a world of technological apparatuses in which she is worked upon without her understanding the significance of the events which are transpiring above her. And I'm guessing a lot of us, if we've spent some time in the hospital or clinical settings, we've felt this way at some time, where it's like the doctor or the nurse or whoever it is, the health professional, is not necessarily attending to you, but attending to whatever sort of measurement that they're trying to achieve. So here's the question that we asked: where do we go from here? Of course, we can't just reject technology, and we use Heidegger to talk about that. Heidegger's not anti-technology, as most of us know. He just thinks that it's kind of a myopic sort of thing. It reveals the world in a certain way. So we can't reject technology. In fact, we have to say that modern medicine has clearly benefited humanity immensely, right? We live better lives, we have longer lifespans, we're healthier, right? So it's a good thing. We want to embrace this, right? So that's certainly the case. At the same time, though, we can't allow our focus on data collection and technological precision to kind of take over what we're really supposed to be doing here, which is to take care of human beings, to take care of persons as unique individuals. So we're going to kind of navigate in the next couple 5 minutes here in terms of how we think sonographers can do this well. How can they use technological integration and still respect the patient? So there are 4 aspects that Amanda and I came up with that are essential in providing excellent patient care. So these are all four of them are needed, and we'll kind of go through them one by one. So technical mastery, building patient rapport, explaining what's going on, the significance of the exam, and understanding the patient's world. And that's where we'll get into some phenomenology and hermeneutics. So technical mastery. So we held a little kind of a discussion session with all of her senior students in the sonography program. And we were trying to kind of figure out what does it feel like when you're actually in an examination using the transducer. And what we kind of came up with is it's in between this idea of using a tool, and we use the example of Heidegger's hammer here, where the tool it's proximally ready to hand as equipment, right? It's not an object there, it's something that you're using. It's kind of between that and between Merleau-Ponty's example of a blind person's stick, where it actually is an object of, it's not an object, it's an area of sensitivity. It's something that in which you can still perceive the world, right? So we kind of figured it's somewhere in between those two. You're perceiving what's going on. It's somehow, the transducer becomes part of yourself to some extent in terms of your perception. So technical mastery, we said, is absolutely crucial, especially because if you're focusing on the transducer or the scanner and not the patient, right, you're not providing good patient care. So we talked about that in the paper. And then we talked about building patient rapport. And the biggest thing is it's really contextual. So if you really have this strong relationship with your provider, and you've been with that person for 20 years or whatever, that's going to be different than, the first time with a first patient. So we talked about different procedures require a different level of patient interaction. And the example we used is first trimester vaginal ultrasounds, because obviously that's extremely private realm that is only accessible consensually to doctors, significant others, right? So if you're a brand new patient and you're seeing a provider, you have to be extremely mindful of the fact that that is very intimate sort of thing. Then we talk about the process and significance of the examination. So some of us have, I'm sure, experienced this, where the doctor or provider or whoever it is, the health professional, is using language that you don't really understand. And the typical thing that patients do is they'll act like they understand even though they don't. So one of the things that she had in her students was this confirmation of the I'm sorry if I say this wrong, rhombencephalon visualization. So essentially, that just tells you that the brain is forming, right? So she had a student who used that term instead of just saying the brain is forming, and that's kind of an example that we use in the paper where, you want to be as basic as you can as long as you understand that that's that patient's level of medical literacy. And then the one that is, I think, crucial is understanding the patient's world. So this is kind of where we're going to finish the paper. The sonographer who provides excellent patient care is the one who is mindful that you're building an objective account of that pregnancy. But at the same time, you should acknowledge and complement that subjective account that the mother already has. So we're going to talk about that the rest of the way through here. The first question we should ask is, how do we understand the patient's world? And we use Gadamer's hermeneutics to talk about this. So for Gadamer, he's got this concept, and a lot of us probably already know this, fusion of horizons, in which you have a conversation going on, and a true conversation is where each person is open to the other's perspective. And basically you understand that that other person's perspective is valid and legitimate. So some of the phrases that she encourages her students to use are things like, have you felt the baby kick, right? So instead of just going into the dimensions of the fetus and whatnot, let's acknowledge the subjective experience, because that allows us to see that both authorities matter here. And that's kind of what we tend to argue, is that the sonographer is the authority when it comes to the technology and the dimensions and whatnot, but the mother is the authority when it comes to the experience of the pregnancy and that relationship with the fetus. So it's crucial to recognize that both voices need to be heard and respected. And then we use Edith Stein's phenomenology to talk about what does empathy look like in an ultrasound setting. And I know I only have about a minute left, so I'll make this brief. But Stein was a student of Husserl, and she defines empathetic acts as acts in which foreign experience is comprehended. So the question that she asks is this: is it enough that I understand the experiences of the other person, or do I also have to feel alongside the other person for something to count as empathy? So that's her question. And off of that question, we make a distinction. So empathetic understanding is the act of understanding the experience of the other person. Empathetic feeling, on the other hand, is feeling with the other person. We think that sonographers should strive towards empathetic understanding in most contexts, although empathetic feeling may be appropriate in certain contexts. And the example we use is, for instance, Amanda, and she shares this in the paper, she experienced infertility. So when she got pregnant, she was obviously really excited. They were hoping for a child for a couple years. So the fact that she experienced that, if she had a patient who also experienced that, that might be appropriate to share, and that would be more empathetic feeling, which is above and beyond understanding. So to wrap things up, we try to make the case that Gadamer's hermeneutical approach provides an appropriate framework from which sonographers can work. And what's really cool with that workshop that we had with Dan Zahavi is that we're going to start to integrate more phenomenology in the curriculum of the sonography program. So this paper, they're going to read this paper, they're going to comment on it, and hopefully we'll get a sense as to where we can go from here. So that's kind of our concluding thoughts. And there is a link to the article in case you are interested. So I'll stop sharing now. And I'm open to any questions you might have.
Thank you so much. That was a really interesting and enlightening paper. Do we have any questions for Casey?
Could I talk?
Yes, please, Babette.
Casey, thank you so much. That was a really great presentation. I enjoyed it very, very much. Reminded me, though you didn't mention her, of Barbara Duden, who argued some billions of years ago the same thing about the woman and her feeling of quickening, and that suddenly there was no more quickening. There was just a pregnancy test and a sonogram. And then quickening didn't matter, and it was a word we didn't know what it meant. We had to look it up. Anyway, that was Duden. And she's not dead, but she might as well be. And what I'm interested in is what happened to how you began as you moved through. Because what people don't kind of know is that Barbara Duden was deeply connected with Ivan Illich, who writes about the age of the show. And I take him up and I'm like, I run with it, the screen. And I talk to nursing, so I'm really fascinated by what you were doing, because I talked to nursing students and I thought, wow, you've got this. And right now, that's all we got between ourselves and the dying ones are screens. So somewhere between where you began, I'm just wondering, and where you end with empathy and feeling, that technological mediation between the sonographer and the patient dropped out of your analysis. Maybe it's still there, maybe I didn't hear properly. So I'm just wondering if you could illuminate that for me. Thanks.
Yeah, I think, the paper it's about 20 pages, so I had to kind of cut some stuff out of the presentation. But certainly, what we use Heidegger's understanding of circumspection, Umsicht, right? So this idea that when you're a master sonographer, you don't even recognize. I mean, you don't. It's not like an object for you. It's literally part of you to some extent. So you can focus on the patient and even sharing the screen with the patient and explaining what's going on and whatnot. So we talk about that in the paper. We also talk about, like me as a man, when my wife had her first child and we came to the first ultrasound, me seeing that image really made it more real for me to some extent. So we talk about that as well, how we can be, if Jung's right, maternal care can be alienating. I think that's true. But it can also, technology can really bolster things and be like, yeah, this is the real deal. So we talk about that a little bit in the paper too, which I don't know if that answers your question, but certainly there has to be this balancing act between respecting that the technology is there to help us, right? But not allowing it to be the be all end all. So that's kind of where we're trying to go.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
I would actually, I'm going to jump in here and simply ask this distinction you made at the end between understanding somebody's experience and feeling with the other. I wonder in what sense that's actually a significant distinction, because I don't think you really do understand somebody else's experience or situation unless you can feel with them, which doesn't mean that you're, having the same experience as them, but it's you can't possibly understand unless you grasp it in some sense, the feeling. So I wonder if that's in what ways that's a helpful distinction, or if it actually separates two things that, if it's not that they're the same, but it's that they're inseparable, I guess is what I'm asking.
Yeah, I'm really glad you asked that, because this was one that I was kind of like, well, you can't really understand unless you feel this. I mean, similar to what you just said, Trish. And Amanda said, well, I mean, but think about it. As a man, you just don't know what it is to be pregnant. You don't have that sense. So the feeling, at least according to her, can never be that. That's what she argued. It can never be there. So all you can get is understanding, right? So, I mean, it's interesting. Like right now, I mentioned my wife had some injuries. She broke her arm. And I've broken bones before. So I know what that feels like. I can empathize with her in regard to what that feels like, but I could never empathize with, what it meant for her to be pregnant. So I don't know. That's a really good question. I agree 100% that they're inseparable, but I do think there's a difference there. Maybe it's on a spectrum though. You might be absolutely right about that.
One of the reasons why I asked that is because we have these mirror neurons or whatever, where when we see someone in a situation, it replicates that feeling for us in some sense. And so I don't see why we can't. I mean, I'm trying to think of a good example. I mean, I've never broken my arm, but I've never broken a bone, but I can really understand because I have experienced pain. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, I'm really out on this question, which is why I asked it. Do we have any other questions? Anybody else want to contribute?
Trish, will you have a look at the questions and answers? I think somebody is asking a question.
Oh, sorry, I was expecting for a hand to have gone up. Thanks so much. So David Wagner has asked, how would the experience of the mother change if they were acting as their own stenographer? How would this compound with their own subjective experience?
Great question. I wish Amanda was here because she'd scan herself. And, I think from her perspective, the objective sort of data that she was getting from scanning herself, and this is just from our conversations, really made it more legitimate. Like things are where they need to be because she knows all this as a medical expert, right? So she felt like it verified her subjective feeling. And I know she was going through some morning sickness, some nausea and whatnot. So for her to be like, okay, everything's fine for her first pregnancy, seeing the ultrasound verified that for her. So for her, the objective data was absolutely crucial to get her to feel subjectively okay with how things were going. So that's a really good point.
Thanks, Devin, for your question.
Yeah, thank you.
Perhaps we'll move on to the next. Let me just toss in one comment. My father was a doctor. He was a cancer doctor, so perhaps not the best person to talk about childbirth. But at the same time, I mean, I remember, and he was a wonderful man, but I remember him saying at one point to me about childbirth that the mother is an impediment to the process, and that the doctor's job is to get the mother out of the way so that the child is available. And I, was pretty horrified by that, and he understood that from our subsequent conversation. But, I mean, that was a whole perspective that was going on in medicine. The rise again of the doula and the midwife have really brought us to a different place, and also women's voice has changed that as well. And I think very much changed it for the better.
You're absolutely right.
Thanks so much, Casey. That was just fascinating. Really wonderful talk. Thank you so much.
first, thank the organizers for putting on this conference, and I'll go into it. So Judith Butler is concerned with the epistemological problem of framing, the frames through which we apprehend or fail to apprehend the lives of others. So she coins a term framing. You can think of, a literal picture frame, who falls within the borders of the picture and who falls outside of the borders. Butler is primarily interested in the frames of war, including the rhetoric that makes it easier to wage war and the nationalist discourse that delineates boundaries between us and them. However, in the introduction to her book, Frames of War, she notes that the knowledge practice of framing may extend to issues regarding reproductive freedom as well. In this paper, I will first apply her notion of framing to an analysis of France's current paternal bioethics legislation, particularly regarding access to IVF, in vitro fertilization, in order to answer the following questions. Who is considered the productive, reproductive French citizen? And how does current legislation and the anthropological claims that support its legality limit the procreative freedom of non-heteronormative French citizens? Then I will draw from Dana S. Belu's work on reproductive enframing and her notion of partial enframing, in order to queer the latter and to understand how access to ART is essential to non-heteronormative projects of reproductive freedom. So throughout the paper, I'll be referring to assisted reproductive technology as ART instead of art, because later on in the paper, I will talk about the aesthetic medium of art. So to avoid confusion, I will call assisted reproductive technology ART. Current French bioethics legislation only allows heterosexual couples who can prove a cohabitation of at least 2 years to have access to ART. Surrogacy is illegal, and babies born overseas to surrogate mothers are deprived of French citizenship. Since France legalized same-sex marriage in 2013, debates abound asking whether the right to marry necessitates the right to establish filiation through ART. So does the right to marry give one the right to have children? I put same-sex in scare quotes to highlight a problematic that Maggie Nelson, in her book The Argonauts, underlines in her quote, "I don't know many, if any, queers who think of their desire's main feature as being same-sex." I illuminate this caveat because of the emphasis placed on sexual difference in social and legal regulations of reproduction. So when I started working on this research, the National Assembly had just passed a bill that would extend access to ART to lesbian couples and single women. Since finishing this paper, the Senate has also passed a vote in favor of extending IVF to single women and lesbian couples. However, they rejected a motion that would allow such access to be covered by Social Security. This is really important to highlight because infertile heterosexual couples seeking access to IVF in France would be covered under Social Security. It's also important to highlight that the Assembly rejected a motion that would allow trans men access to ART. And I highlight that because, again, it places emphasis on this notion of sexual difference that is so important in France's social order. France's conservative politics of reproduction can be attributed in part to its Catholic heritage, a legacy made obvious if one were to visit on a Sunday and search for an open bakery. Yet this conservatism may also be explained by its secular politics, called laïcité, governed by principles of universalism. According to such principles, particular individuals may not receive special treatment. Because of this thinking, Muslim girls may not wear a veil in school. Secularism entails no ostentatious religious symbols in school. Though this may seem just on the face of it, that no one is allowed to wear religious symbols based on this universal idea of Frenchness, it explicitly targets certain religions viewed as incompatible with a particular understanding of French culture. One separated completely from religion, but then again, not really, because most bakeries are closed on Sundays. A similar train of reasoning has been used to bar non-heterosexual couples from gaining access to assisted reproductive technology. Currently, a heterosexual couple has recourse to ART if the couple is deemed infertile or if they are trying to avoid passing a genetic defect onto their child. The argument goes that a single woman or two women do not request ART on the grounds of infertility and are thus demanding to be treated as special cases, and such cases are in conflict with universalism. However, it appears that the real ground on which French society appears in opposition to extending ART to non-heterosexual couples is not in view of religious or secular principles, but on the anthropological claim that the fabric of our social order relies on the heteronormative structure of sexual difference. One of the most vocal proponents of this claim is philosopher and public intellectual Sylviane Agacinski. Following the logic of Lévi-Strauss, Agacinski asserts the parenting model, mother and father, mirrors our biological foundation, female and male. Noting the parenting model is not quantitative, 1 + 1, but qualitative, male plus female. Thus, non-heterosexual couples do not possess the right qualia to reproduce. Agacinski fears that extending ART to single women and lesbian couples will create a fatherless society. Okay, so we can see this fear of a fatherless society witnessed in such protest signs as this one here. It says liberty, equality, paternity, which is a play on the French motto, liberty, equality, fraternity. These other protest signs, we see the hashtag no PMA sans père, which means no ART without fathers. So in the first one that's yellow, it says, Daddy, why do some people say a father isn't important? And you can't see it, but underneath that quote, in parentheses, it says Evan, 8 years old. So apparently these are questions that French children are asking their parents. In the purple one, we see my daddy is the strongest, according to Hugo, age 5. We'll just skip over the gender stereotypes in that one. And in the orange one, it says, Mommy, what's it like to have a father? Inquires Leia, age 8. And the last one in pink is a different hashtag. It says no GPA, which is no surrogacy. In her chapter, Sexual Politics, Torture, and Secular Time, Butler highlights how the symbolic order that establishes norms of kinship informs France's progressive sexual politics. She asserts, in France, the notion of a framework of orientation called le repère is understood to be uniquely transmitted by the father. To the extent that heterosexual marriage maintains its monopoly on reproduction, it does so precisely through privileging the biological father as the representative of national culture. Le repère is the knowing orientation by which someone may find their way home, like a landmark that directs you to the right location. And the word repère is the French word for father, père. And this can be seen, the connection between a knowing orientation and fathers, in this protest sign that says a child needs love, but also knowing orientations, or a child needs love, but also fathers. I'm gonna stop the screen share. Though France holds dear its principles of secularism, the law of the father and its Catholic heritage lurks in the shadows. Appeals to secularism and a universalism founded on a collective modern mentality work to exclude those not living in the progressive time of the now. Butler argues that notions of freedom and progress are legitimized by calling out and excluding pre-modern communities, namely Muslims living in the banlieue, or those on the outskirts of the city. The narrative goes that French women are freed from the church, while Muslim women are chained to a patriarchal religion that forces them to veil. Anti-immigration sentiment is further fostered by rhetoric that critiques the absence of fathers from the banlieue at the same time that the French government fails to keep families from reunifying. In applauding its own secular sexual politics, in pointing at the veil and critiquing absent fathers, does France fail to see how problematic it is to indicate the father as the knowing orientation of the social order? While France is concerned with protecting itself against a fatherless society, Dana S. Belu is critical of assisted reproductive technology for ushering in what she calls the motherless age. And this is from her book, Heidegger, Reproductive Technology and the Motherless Age. Belu is not concerned with prescribing moral laws pertaining to ART. She does not say whether ART should be legal, nor does she assert who should have access to it. Belu is concerned with an ontology of assisted reproductive technology and the mode of revealing that concerns our particular era Gestell, or the English translation, enframing. According to Heidegger, each era is defined by a certain historical structure of truth as a revealing and concealing. The essence of our modern technological age is enframing. Heidegger is not interested in technological instruments as such, but rather the technological mode of thought that informs the way we navigate the world as an amalgam of resources, ready to be exploited, stockpiled for their ultimate utility, also known as the standing reserve. Belu is concerned with what she deems reproductive enframing, how women's bodies are viewed as resources prone to medical optimization. She is concerned with how women's bodies are subject to efficiency and control in both technological and non-technological approaches to childbearing. Approaches, she says, are nonetheless techne-centered and fall under the rubric of reproductive enframing. For example, a surrogate may be treated as standing reserve insofar as her body, often referred to as a womb for rent, is treated as an available resource. Eggs and sperm can be stockpiled for future use. And even what she terms the Lamaze woman tries to challenge forth her baby through efficient means of control, rather than to allow a poesis of birth or a bringing forth of the child. And a poesis of birth is a kind of, letting something come forth rather than manipulating it to come out via techniques of domination. Belu states that under the guise of reproductive enframing, the real mother is becoming increasingly absent, and her absence is being covered over. She states the real mother as the biological, genetic, and/or social point of origin for the child tends to vanish as she is replaced more and more, especially in conception and gestation, by IVF-based technologies of life. Belu's concern is that we are covering up the technological aspect of IVF by seeing it as natural. What is interesting is that Belu is aware of the danger in presuming to define the idea of nature, as nature is always placed in scare quotes. Yet she sets up an argument where an idea of nature is discerned outside of technological thinking, or at least this is the takeaway that I had gotten after reading her book. In her chapter, Mastering the Spark of Life, between Aristotle and Heidegger on artificial conception, she questions whether life conceived through IVF is sparked by nature or medical technology, concluding that if we view IVF as giving us a piece of nature, as we currently do, the technological dimensions of this machinery remain invisible. Belu states, by drawing on Aristotle's account of nature as self-moving and formed matter, I bring out the significance of the fertility doctor, whose medical outlook and technology push against the limit of nature, so far that the line between human reproduction and human production begins to disappear. By applying Aristotle in such a way, she seems to imply that she already knows where the line is drawn between human reproduction, human production, and between nature and technology. Positing that such a clear delineation exists is dangerous because clearly defined categories are always exclusive, as we see with Judith Butler's term of framing. For example, in France, those protesting the access of ART to non-heterosexual couples make a distinction between carnal procreation and technological production, referring to children born the natural way as organic. So this is another protest sign here, and this one shows an infant sitting before a cow stating, "Me too, I want to be able to trace my origins," asserting that a child must be able to trace her natural beginnings to a mother and a father in the same way that we need to trace the origin of our meat to prevent mad cow disease. As Jérôme Kruger-Ross notes, a parallel is drawn between the epidemic of mad cow disease and the epidemic of non-heterosexual, non-natural procreation. Belu notes, under the mode of Gestell, techne as fabrication, especially in the case of IVF, no longer partly completes what nature cannot bring to a finish, as Aristotle would have it, and as today's common sense holds. Rather, IVF produces what nature stubbornly refuses to conceive. Whereas natural entities contain both matter and form, with a little added push from the artisan to bring its form to completion, in the case of IVF, the fertility doctor coerces nature to form an embryo. For Belu, babies born from IVF are not natural. Yet she says we have to hide the aspects of their technological birth and trick ourselves into thinking they are so. She is concerned with IVF as a gateway to motherless children and as engineering human life. But she is also critiquing IVF on a basic level as perpetuating a patriarchal mentality that privileges genetically related offspring. Yet here she is already analyzing IVF within a very heteronormative framework. For example, for many queer persons, the desire for genetically related children is not due to a biological imperative that demands a resemblance of offspring, but the fear that they may have less of a legal claim to non-genetically related children. Belu says IVF technologies may produce a baby, but they do not restore fertility. Once again, the narrative is already being recounted in heteronormative terms, as access to IVF is not always motivated by infertility, as previously mentioned when discussing the faulty secular politics that currently forbid it to non-heterosexual couples and single women in France. Viewing IVF as motivated by a logic of domination that falls under the rubric of Gestell, Belu searches for a way outside of reproductive enframing, a poiesis of birth. So I don't have time in this paper to discuss how Belu tries to find a way outside of reproductive enframing, but I want to highlight the fact that such a way outside, according to her, is possible due to her notion of partial enframing. So Belu coins the term partial enframing. She talks about partial enframing in her book, but she also previously wrote an article with Andrew Feenberg on the paradox of Gestell. So perhaps together they coined the term partial enframing. After confronting a paradox of Gestell, the problem being that if we are totally enframed, we should not be able to think of a way outside our domination. As Belu notes, our essence is compromised and no theory of enframing is conceivable. However, if we are partially enframed, then the essence of technology is compromised. The implications of this paradox can be useful for thinking through a feminist phenomenology of reproduction. I agree with this assessment of Belu, yet I question whether the liberatory aspect of this paradox lies in our finding a way outside of enframing. We are partially enframed in that we are able to become conscious of our techne-centered way of thinking. However, consciousness of our enframed state does not mean we can escape such logic of thought. Even feminism is a knowledge practice claimed by technology. Thanks for your warning, Trish. I'm almost done. In the question concerning technology, Heidegger makes clear that the danger of Gestell does not lie in technological instruments, but rather the thought that gave birth to them. Thus, even if we forbid the use of IVF, the ontological desire that bore its emergence would remain. Heidegger asserts the saving power lies in the essence of technology and can be seen when we view technology as art. In The Origin of the Work of Art, Heidegger makes a distinction between good art and bad art, with only good art being disclosive of being. Similarly, we can think of good and bad technologies. Good technologies, like good art, are founded on a preserving enduring. Art preserves the truth of our historical situation. Children are like works of art. As Heidegger asserts, the establishing of truth in the work is the bringing forth of a being such as never was before and will never come to be again. Rather than look at ART as a means to control women's bodies as part of the standing reserve, we may look at ART as a way of letting non-heteronormative bodies be, and letting be, Gelassenheit, a term of Heidegger. Letting be is contrary to challenging forth, but it does not entail letting the state of nature take its course untainted by cultural influences. Letting be is a means of allowing a truth of our historical situation to come forth and is a working with technology to preserve it. It seems to me that French bioethics legislation in foreclosing access to ART is more embedded in techniques of domination than IVF, a procedure that allows different possible means of existence. IVF may allow non-traditional models of parenting to presence, rather than conceal them by means of certain social and legal regulations. Rather than thinking outside of Gestell, something I do not think is possible, I suggest queering Gestell and Belu's notion of partial enframing. We are partially enframed in that we are conscious of our technological domination, but enframed nonetheless, and that being conscious of such domination does not mean we can think outside of it. Can we queer it from the inside? To queer is to make strange, to upset the familiar framework. Can we use ART to queer the frameworks of orientation on which our current parenting model rests? By analyzing the epistemological problem of reproductive framing in conjunction with the ontological issue of reproductive enframing, I believe we can. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jill. Another excellent paper. I can see I'm going to have to take advantage of the small 15-minute breaks that will be coming up in a while to spruce up my paper. Do we have any questions?
Okay, thank you so much. That was really very, very lovely. There is always a worry, though. Don't you think, in the letting be of something that is not letting be? We just to go where you concluded, just with your wonderful discussion, because one is, and we are very much committed to this new technology. But there are problems with it on a number of levels, and some of those problems develop over time. In fact, they're still developing because we have to wait. So if we were mice, which we're not, we would have to go through a couple of generations to see the real implications of the technology as viable or not viable. So if we were mice, we wouldn't be done yet. We'd still have trials to do over time and generations of mice. So there is that. And I think maybe that was what Dana is trying to suggest, that there is still that aspect of the artifice where you are doing something. So I like very much the effect of what you have suggested, and it's very and it is inclusive as all get out. But I'm wondering if one is sort of smoothing things out as to what's being done, and you seem to be very sensitive about it, but I also get a very clear sense that you think that this is something that should happen, and on which technology there should be no constraints, which is always a problem when it comes to contracts, because of mothers' bodies, where mothers who are surrogates can sometimes develop a particular relationship to the child they are bearing, which is not their child. Of course not. And so there's but that's their body. Help me out.
Oh, yeah. So no, I do want to say that I don't think that all sorts of assisted reproductive technology are good. And I think when you're talking about further ART, where we have to go through mice and women's bodies. In this
No, that's not what I meant. What I meant is that if human beings were mice, we would have to check several generations of this kind of assisted technology to see how those children grew up, how they had children. I mean, Louis Steptoe is at this point. It takes like 20, 30, 40 years in people's case. It's a long thing. That's why we use mice. They die faster.
Right. So I do not think that all forms of assisted reproductive technology should be permitted. I do think there should be constraints. When it comes to typical run-of-the-mill IVF that is currently now available to heterosexual couples, I think that it should be extended to queer couples as well, and I personally see no problem with it. I think that when it comes to procreation, I'm very sensitive to the fact that for a lot of people, it is essential to how they want to live their lives. I think procreation is a way that we deal with our finitude as human beings, and I think a lot of people would take that risk of potentially causing harm to their body. And I'm okay with that. So IVF, I'm okay with. Other forms of assisted reproductive technology, they're a little sketchy. I definitely think, especially as feminists, we have to be critical when it is women's bodies that are the subjects. But for this paper, at least, insofar as IVF, I think women should have access to it. Men should have access to it. Queer couples should have access to it. Thank you for your
so much.
Catherine also.
A little bit.
Yeah, Catherine also has a question. I'll turn it over to Catherine.
I do. Thank you so much, Jill. This is a really excellent paper, follow-up from your blog post from last year. So really exciting. So when you were reading your paper, I was thinking actually quite a lot about Judith Butler's chapter, Is Kinship Always Already Heterosexual? Which like actually is really important for me in my project with foster care as well, trying to think about non-traditional, heterosexual kinship relations and raising of children and all of that. And that in that piece, if I remember right, she's discussing more actually France, right? And the sort of resistance to gay or same-sex marriage in France. And you mentioned that at the beginning of your paper as being sort of connected to this question about reproductive technology access. And I was just curious if you could maybe elaborate on that connection a little bit more. Just want to give you the opportunity.
I'm not sure how much more I can elaborate, or maybe the connection wasn't clear, but it may, so in the chapter you're speaking of, I think that Butler goes back to this notion that the father is the representative of culture. So this might be in there as well when she, discusses why France is hesitant to extend ART to couples that are non-heteronormative, because the family model is built on, this, you need a mother and a father, you need this aspect of sexual difference, and and again, as feminists, we know that sexual difference is such an important concept in French feminism. So I don't know how else I could describe that link other than in the beginning of the paper, but maybe something will come to me. Thank you.
For this invitation. I tweeted, to be sure, that's also another slide, it could look like that, it could look like that, that I wished that the invitation, this is not a thing wishing it's not, had come earlier in my life so that I might have had the chance to visit Spokane, as I have long wanted to go there. This is not a joke. You can see why. Okay, when Roisin invited me to give this keynote for the local meeting of the Society for Women in Philosophy, I took her invitation as an invitation to talk about women in philosophy. Actually, the last time I did that was when the grad students at the New School asked me to give a talk. I think their first choice declined because the invitation came at the last minute. The lecture series was on, this is what they told me, the status of woman in philosophy. Same acronym as SWIP. So I could have spoken on Nietzsche on truth or Heidegger on technoscience. So I'm really going to be grateful to be able to hear Matthew and Andresh on Heidegger, and Roisin was still on them before, but now it's Ontogenesis, so I'm looking forward to that. But instead, I gave, instead of Heidegger, instead of Nietzsche, the kind of paper one gives when the conference one thinks one is speaking to is about a certain thing. And that would be great men, little black dresses, and the virtues of keeping one's feet on the ground. I was referring to high heels as ladies wear these for a night on the town as opposed to the more, let me go back to this better, that's better, relaxed affair that was then and is now Professor Saul Kripke's unkempt style. There was much talk about open flies at the time, that was a while ago, and Jean-Luc Marion, whose bow ties, so she wears these, and Simon Critchley's t-shirt couture. I have that too. This is de Beauvoir explaining why that works. Love Actually is the title of a Christmas movie. I use the film to talk about philosophy and about the importance of distinguishing analytic philosophy, which otherwise tends to, the very difficult question, pass for the whole of philosophy. By contrast with Cavell or Pippin, both of them analytic thinkers, I refer to film the way Plato, this is a great pre-Raphaelite image of this, used to refer to the poets for the sake of his arguments, citing Homer and Pindar, just as Aristotle could also talk about Archilochus. That's not Archilochus, that is. The references were cliche enough that neither Plato nor Aristotle explicate their loci. Classicists have a lot of work to do just because of this. They don't say what they're quoting. And older philosophers once upon a time, think of Northrop Frye or Leo Strauss or Max Weber or even Nietzsche, might refer to the Bible. Alternately, there's contemporary literature. And Simone de Beauvoir's The Second Sex is full of references to literary texts a fair number of us have not read, for reasons not merely limited to the fact that most of the literature she cites is French. Okay, that's de Beauvoir. I have long argued a number of places in all those articles that Roisin mentioned that no one has read, which is okay, that one should read between Beauvoir and Nietzsche, and not only because, writing on The Woman in Love, de Beauvoir cites both Byron and Nietzsche, or because she echoes Nietzsche's claim in Ecce Homo that man invented woman, which gives a little footnote to where. I argue, in fact, that the famous first line of the second volume, I have the second volume here, see, this is Phyllis Townley and Nancy Kanak will know why, because we've been through that. That's the wrong volume. This is the volume 2, sorry. On n'est pas femme, this is of course the quote, on ne devient. One is not born, one becomes a woman, alludes to the line Nietzsche himself borrowed for his own part. He took it over from the 7th century BCE lyric poet Pindar, become the one you are, which for Pindar means that you ought to be what you are. Genoi hoios esi maton. In a few essays elsewhere, I've made the case that the line has a specifically imperative force. Nietzsche turns this into what becomes philosophical gold. This is the very idea of giving oneself a second nature, being for oneself one's own mother, one's own father. That would be even better than some of the other things we were just talking about. As he writes in Ecce Homo, as my father, I am dead. As my mother, I'm still living and growing old. Tracy Strong has written on occasion about this notion of giving oneself a second nature, as have others, and Ecce Homo was very influential for Sarah Kaufman, who gave 2 seminars dedicated to this one very small book at the Sorbonne. For Nietzsche, what's involved in becoming what you are is just what philosophers hate. Philosophers in search of static and fixed notions in order to argue a proper case, and that's becoming. That's the problem, is becoming. The problem with becoming is that you are soaking in it like Madge's dishwashing liquid. Nobody here is old enough, I think, maybe some exceptions, but very few, to remember this television commercial reference. That's why David Foster Wallace could steal the point for his This Is Water, and got away with it. Who would think a brilliant and tragic male author might owe anything to a commercial about 2 ladies talking? De Beauvoir also quotes Nietzsche on death as a festival, borrowing the quote from Georges Bataille. The new translation of The Second Sex has a range of regrettable deficiencies it should not have had, and fails to tell us any more than how it partially does, that Beauvoir is citing Bataille. Even the German translations, there's 1.5, fail to identify the locus of de Beauvoir's Nietzsche citation, and you'd think they'd know. We're keen on the next new thing, and de Beauvoir's old news, at least when it comes to questions concerning woman in philosophy. I mean, this paper is the sort of thing that doesn't quite fit some of the other topics. To my mind, however, de Beauvoir goes deeper, and it's this depth which allows no one less than Luce Irigaray to borrow the title of marine lover of Friedrich Nietzsche from this chthonic and antediluvian locus in de Beauvoir. As de Beauvoir writes, Mother Earth has a face of darkness. She is chaos, where everything comes from and must return to one day. Herewith, she refers to, Hesiodic myth, as well as to Anaximander's Periphuseos via Theophrastus and via Simplicius. his apeiron. She, as counterpoint to Sartre in being, de Beauvoir writes, is nothingness. She is nothingness. The reference is pure classical. It's one Nietzsche explicitly quotes from Goethe's Faust, the second, and of course, Faust is talking about that other image, the mothers of being, and that's what Nietzsche quotes, the mothers of being. And de Beauvoir, also referencing Goethe, so it's not just a free association that I'm making, de Beauvoir makes it herself, tells us that the mare tenebrarum, dreaded by ancient navigators, corresponds to night in the entrails of the earth. This is the mystery locus of death. This is Thanatos. And de Beauvoir writes, man, this is I'm giving you a different translation. That's the a new one, which is not as good, I think. He's frightened of this night, the reverse of fecundity, which threatens to swallow him up. De Beauvoir had explained the patriarchy's oppositions in clean language. Life, in man's eyes, and she means the man, has taken on a dual aspect: its consciousness, will, transcendence, its intellect, and its matter, passivity, immanence, its flesh. This is de Beauvoir. Aeschylus, Aristotle, and Hippocrates proclaimed that on earth, as above, so below, as on Mount Olympus, it is the male principle that is the true creator, form, number, and movement. The reference is Pythagorean, but that takes one back into Beauvoir herself to Bachofen and Mutterrecht. Nietzsche talks of the fantastic dream that is the dream of immaculate perception. That's, once again, the philosopher's hatred of becoming, because this entails procreation, growth, and death. Death is the problem, and de Beauvoir repeats him, to have been conceived. And then born as an infant is the curse that hangs over his destiny, the impurity that contaminates his being. And two, it is the announcement of his death. The cult of germination has always been associated with the cult of the dead. The Earth Mother engulfs the bones of her children. They are women, the Parkai, that will also be the Norns, the Moirai, who weave the destiny of mankind, but it is they also who cut the threads. In most popular representations, death is woman, and it is for women to bewail the dead because death is their work, kind of their fault. Beauvoir reflects on a love-death, life-death tension as women represent both things to men, and indeed because every woman has a mother, to women alike. And man at once wants to live, she's now referring to Nietzsche, but longs for repose and sleep and nothingness. He does not wish, I left that word out, he were immortal, and so therefore he can learn to love death. Her support for this is Nietzsche. In organic matter is the maternal bosom. To be freed of life is to become true again. It is to achieve perfection. Whoever should understand that would consider it a joy to return to the unfeeling dust. Okay. What an odd thing to say. Hardly seems the Nietzsche of will to power or the Übermensch, which, undoing a century of scholarship, the new Stanford edition just published of Zarathustra tells us means superman, superhuman. I think they wanted to say superman, but the dictionary and the editors wouldn't let them. Is this Nietzsche, the celebrated philosopher of life? Now, that was a problem for me when I read this. I was just teaching this to a wonderful class on existentialism at Fordham University, the College of 60. And I, working through de Beauvoir, said, why, where is this? No one says it. It's not footnoted. How will I find it? And I said, I know this. And I did know it. I knew it because I had just given a lecture on it, namely on a concatenation of double twos at the Brooklyn Public Library at 2 in the morning on the 2nd of February, 2020, which is pretty uncanny, pretty weird. The bataille locus is also uncanny, but everything bataille is uncanny. The quote appears in Asifal, the journal that he publishes, January 1927, the same year Heidegger publishes Being and Time. Part of the quote echoes the conclusion of Nietzsche's inaugural lecture as a young professor at Basel, reminding us that ancient Greek philosophy is the sedimented remains of a death cult. To quote Parsley's earlier version, to be freed of life is to become true again. It is to achieve perfection. This is still Nietzsche, but in Parsley's rendering. Whoever should understand that would consider it a joy to return to the unfeeling dust. But that's not what we find, and no one has found this until this very moment, in Nietzsche's not-class notes, because they're not published. To be redeemed from life, and to again become dead nature, tota natur, can be regarded as a festival for those willing to die, to love nature, again, to honor the dead. It's not contradiction, but the mother's womb, the rule that possesses more sense than the exception, inasmuch as there's unreasonableness and pain only or just in the so-called purposeful world, that is, in the living. And that's the quote. What Nietzsche means by dead can give us insight into de Beauvoir's archetypal constellation. Speaking, and the passage goes on, to what we today, if you wait online these days and keep 6 feet away from each other, can buy at Whole Foods as cell salts. Nietzsche writes, how alien and superior we are with respect to the dead, the inorganic, and all the while we are up to 3/4 of a length of water, and Nevas's oil, a column of water, and have inorganic salts in us, which may do more for our well-being and woes than the entirety of living society. Now, I read Nietzsche as philosopher of science, so I read him kind of literally. That's my background in biology. And I read him, because of the Greek, as classicist at once, as he happened to have been. And it's to the same Nietzsche that de Beauvoir refers. Kind of fascinating. Man, she writes, sought to overcome his solitude by ecstasy. That's the goal of mysteries, orgies, and bacchanals. In the world, we conquered by the males. It was a male god, Dionysus, who usurped the wild and magical power of Ishtar, of Astarte. But, she goes on, still, they were women who reveled madly around his image. Maenads, Theades, Bacchantes summoned the man to holy drunkenness, to sacred frenzy. Take 2. Second verse, same as the first. The logic and misogyny and analytic angle were once again the other side of me too. The trouble with my title, apart from the fact that I dreamt it up in a bygone time, BC, before COVID, is that it needs what we academics call a trigger warning. Not logic, not misogyny, not love actually, and certainly not the comma, which is for me the best part, nor indeed the hashtag Me-Too. The trigger is the word analytic. My Me-Too moments, classically conceived, are legion, but this is all about reflecting on the change that you undergo. These moments change in all stages of a woman's life, harassment by no means being limited to the sexual per se. Thus, the Me Too little version, as I gave a talk in February 2019 to the faculty at Fordham, Love Actually. Speaking across the disciplines, that's what you're supposed to do. In such circumstances, I discussed 2 Emma Thompson films. The title reference also featuring Alan Rickman, along with the Children Act about a judge, played by Thompson, who saves a boy, played by Finn Whitehead, very beautiful, for grounding the futility, that's a technical medical term, the futility of such measures, to use the language physicians use, and which Ivan Illich writes about, inasmuch as medical interventions, even those ordered with the force of law, do not actually effect what medical advisors claim they will. Thus, Thompson's judge fails to save the boy. Then this I foregrounded, also at the same time, also seeks to avoid contact with him. Her failure to respond to his overtures almost spares her any suspicion of harassment. I say almost because the bar for this is absurdly low when it comes to women. Being stalked, as she is, it can be supposed that she is to blame. The boy being younger, beautiful in the sense of true and open youth, captivated by nothing less than a line of poetry, Yeats no less. Thompson sings down by the Sally Gardens to the boy in hospital as he picks out the song on a guitar in his hospital bed. He had no idea that the tune, he tells her, had words. As she learns of his fading life, she sings it again before crashing her own piano recital, damned as she is, by the way. To mention this is crucial. Post-coronavirus, visiting the sick, anyone at all, this is the fifth corporal work of mercy, is today criminalized. Sorry, we just need that. But before COVID-19, I was concerned with language as such, the sounded word, noting the vowel sounds of Thompson's judge speaking to the sick boy in hospital, the I followed by the A, and this is very important, and the O in her words, life and love. In any case, the English professors who heard me liked the talk. My colleague Frank Boyle, who's Swift and Milton specialist, along with, and now I do need that, colleagues in theology, psychology, political theory too, and this is the high point, that's why I have a slide, Mary Bly, the Mary Bly, who happens in her spare time to be a New York Times best-selling novelist. I'm not kidding, because of course I'm a fan. I can't pass her in the hallway without being awestruck. And she raised a question about my talk on love, on responsibility, and what we owe the other. Her question, of course, made the talk a success, as I thought. I thought that when Professor Bly asked her question, and I thought that until everyone left the room, and I alone in the room was approached by a colleague. I didn't think anything of his approach or that we were alone in the room. I'd known him since he was hired, been on his side as he came up through the ranks, took his side actively through his tenure challenges. Caught off guard, I saw that he was livid. We have this word in English. His face red with anger, spitting his rage, accusing me of saying something I hadn't said, ever. Analytic philosophy causes sexual harassment. Now, analytic philosophy has a good deal to answer for, but I would never say and do not believe that analytic philosophy causes sexual harassment, which you can get even without it, it's just not necessary. So I told him, but he wasn't listening, as he went on to say damningly that he'd heard this from two of my colleagues, both junior at the time, and telling me their names. Then he stalked off. I didn't know where to begin with my distress, so of course I told my dean, I told my chair, etc., and was invited, as one always is, this is a sucker punch, to file a formal complaint. But I've been through that and know how the deck is stacked and know that it's not stacked in favor of a woman whose complaint is that she's been the subject of malicious calumny, poisoning collegial relations. Too vague. It was a mess. And I was left, as I have to work with him. Does this sound familiar yet? To clean things up. No one spoke to him about it. Not a word from anyone in administration. Instead, it fell to me to reach out to him, and I did, not for my sake, but for the collective good, and above all, for my students and his students. The first line of Kate Manner's introductory chapter to her Down Girl can sound odd for a philosophy book on logic, which is what it is. Women, she writes, who are strangled rarely cooperate with the police. Manner has an inline reference right here telling us, this is analytic style, flagging the point, almost social science citation style, that this is a fact. I quote, Resnick, 2015, end quote. She then explains that such strangling is often incorrectly called choking, only to tell us of the long-term physiological effects of a violence to the body that often to the great advantage of domestic abusers from time immemorial do not leave a mark. Manner has another inline reference, parentheses, and it's a quote, Snyder, 2015. Phenomenologically speaking, Maurice Merleau-Ponty tells us that anger is interesting among the affects. He says it really is here in this room and in this part of the room that the anger breaks forth. It is in the space between him and me that it unfolds. I would accept that the sense in which the place of my opponent's anger is on his face is not the same as that in which, in a moment, tears may come streaming from his eyes or a grimace may harden on his face. Note the stylistic difference between Manner's analytic style and the style of continental philosophical psychology. Anger is, Merleau-Ponty says, between us, immediately perceptible in the other, even when one has no idea what the other is angry about. I saw my colleague's anger. It was not just his inflamed face, red with anger. That's a phrase where the color goes with the subject, in this case, the affect modified, like rosy-fingered dawn. It's anger Kate Manne talks about. To talk about the same, for my part, I draw not only on Merleau-Ponty, but also Archilochus, who was, as Horace says, armed with anger, dipped in iambic, Archilocum procure rabies, amavit iambo as. It's a great phrase. And we hear anger rage in the first lines, as it is the effective cause for the protraction of the battle that was the Trojan War, as we read in the Iliad. Key as this was for Plato. And then there is Aeschylus's Oresteia and the terrible fallout of anger tracked through Sophocles' Antigone. I have managed to anger more than a few analytic colleagues simply by talking about analytic philosophy, elicited not by use but mention, i.e., simply by talking about the difference between analytic philosophy and what used to be, I don't think it exists anymore, called continental philosophy. Nota bene, I'm not talking history, just to the extent that, very important, history of philosophy, if you do history of philosophy, you're an analyst because that's an analytic rubric. The difference between analytic and continental is a matter of writerly style and context. If I continue to think there's a difference between analytic and continental philosophy, a difference that long ago became Leibniz style, a difference that makes no difference, it's not because the only thing that matters is doing good philosophy, a hopelessly vague assertion, who's going to decide, but because analytic philosophy is all that's left. This includes those who take themselves to be continental, but pride themselves on being informed, they know what it is, by analytic philosophy. But you better be so informed, because that's the only way to get a job. Analytic philosophy is factically characterized by a certain Leiteresque nastiness contra those it supposes shouldn't be heard and ideally shouldn't exist, especially if they have the temerity to mention anything like, much less give papers on, the difference between analytic and continental philosophy. I'm talking about this here for the Society of Women in Philosophy because it's a climate issue. Bad for women, bad for philosophers who do continental philosophy, a double loss, especially if one does, as I do, philosophy of science the hard way by focusing on Nietzsche, whose philosophy of science consists in questioning science and pointing out that there is no truth. Nye's words of power, Manne's downgirl, and Hobbes' de corpore. Both Andrea Nye and Kate Manne speak of logic. Nye, in her 1990 Words of Power, a feminist reading of the history of logic, and 30 years later, Manne in Downgirl, a logic of misogyny. Manne doesn't cite and doesn't seem to have read Nye, but both authors are analytic by formation, as this is what happens to be taught in most graduate programs of philosophy in the UK and Ireland, in Australia, the US, Canada, and also I have a book on this. Sorry. We'll see that later. It's not going to appear, but we'll stay with this one. In France and Germany, I write on it too. Somewhere there will be a slide that won't belong. The ambiguity comes in because as soon as I mention analytic departments, and maybe imply that your department might be one, or else that you yourself likely took your degree from such a department, no sooner do I do that, then everyone morphs into the philosophic equivalent of those who counter the Me Too movement, which is, of course, the reason for the Me Too movement, with the not all men response. So not all departments. And then I'm still counting the ambiguities because to talk about philosophy as the love of wisdom, the stuff the president of Ireland says there should be more of, entails, logically speaking, a discussion of equivocation, whereby everybody assumes that everyone means by philosophy just what they themselves mean, all the while, as it turns out, which is the reason I mentioned philosophy as taught at university, and analytic philosophy is especially egregious in this. They'll take all the claims concerning how much we need to have philosophy, and this is really important at this moment because we're restructuring the entire university scheme as I speak. They're going to assume that if we need philosophy, what we need is analytic philosophy. At the last Heidegger conference, it's important to mention this because Roisin herself was the secretary convener of the conference, as we should have been having for the rest of the current week, the post-allude to this event. And she was there, as was Trish and Matthew Kruger-Ross, as well as Gilles Drouillard and other fellow Heideggerians. I tried to talk. I have to say tried to talk because I failed in Rochester. I gave the same talk in Meeskirch in German a week later, and it went marginally better, but only because I was talking to psychiatrists in German about Heidegger's misogyny, instancing Heidegger's medically focused Solokon seminars. Now, we regard details like Heidegger's misogyny, his love affairs, as distractions. We're going to miss slides here. So too, what wines Heidegger liked, his taste in hats and ski wear, because logicians know that such matters shift focus, and the point of logic, truth conservative as it is, should teach us to be unswayed. Thus, referring not to Heidegger but Frege as anti-Semite, we know that we're not talking his logic. Thus, Frege scholars can be inclined to defend Frege. We need him for logic, inasmuch as anti-Semitism is irrelevant to understanding Frege's logic or Heidegger's being question, and the point holds as logic depends on bracketing details for the sake of form. Likewise, in analytic ethics, all debates on the advantages and disadvantages, a calculation, just as Heidegger says, of tossing or not tossing a fat man onto the tracks in the path of a passing trolley in the so-called trolley problem, depend on the same logical irrelevance. In fact, no one is throwing anyone's thought experiment, regardless of girth, anywhere. Ergo, the man in his life, no matter whether Frege or Heidegger or Quine, see Quine here, is irrelevant. So to Searle, so to others. And there are quite a few charged with this or that offense when it comes to misogyny or sexual harassment. So it may be argued that we ought to attend solely to the substance of philosophy, to what was written by Heraclitus or perhaps by Heidegger. Now, the problem with this line of argument is that it is unbinding. It does not hold. I've already referred to Nye's words of power. Her project is to read from Parmenides, you can barely read that there, through Frege and so on. The book, when it appeared, 1990, was badly received among its analytic reviewers. They thought it sucked. Still, it offers a valuable articulation of the force of distraction in logical argument. She may have been before her time. Nye undertakes a hermeneutic, which she certainly doesn't call a hermeneutic, as she reflects on the contextual content of Quine's methods of logic. For his part, Quine selected his propositional examples partly for the neutrality, names like Smith and Jones, and no less for the triviality, that is, the substantive content of his examples is stipulatedly non-remarkable, to wit, to be present or absent, healthy or ill, for the express sake of illustrating formal relations of entailment and their incongruity. Thus one can say, if the moon is made of green cheese, I am a Dutchman, it's always true, or waxing eloquent on equipolence, we can cite Hobbes' variation on man is not a stone, followed by man is not a tree, followed by man is not a pear tree. So, to roll call Quine, the truth value of the compound is not determined simply by the truth values of the component statements, but by these in company with further considerations, and very obscure those further considerations are. On the other hand, the truth value of the conjunction, Jones ate fish with ice cream and died, or of the alternation, Jones ate fish with ice cream or died, or of the negation, Jones did not die, admits of no dispute whatever once the truth values of Jones ate fish with ice cream and Jones died are known individually. Now I wondered why such a constellation of relevance-irrelevance would hold. Although knowing that the formal sense of logic is a matter of disciplining to details in favor of the truth functional form of propositions, and knowing that the more purely one thinks, the better, I wondered why Jones was so very often ill as he repeatedly was, and why, if only because the conjunction demanded it, Smith so very often away, or why Jones would eat fish with ice cream, and more curiously, having done so, why this would be conjoined with his death. More significant in Nye's discussion of the history of logic is not her recollection of her tutor's presumption. He actually said to her, maybe your strengths are not in logic, but her Frege chapter, A Thought Like a Hammer. The point she argues her book is logically written traces the compulsion of argument, whereby the point of logic is preserving truth, maintaining one's claims, forcing one's opponents to yield. The technical force is the point of logic, and philosophy continues to value the same power, not of persuasion, but compulsion, proof, demonstration. The other side of Me Too concerns the detail, that the expectations men have concerning women are not limited to what devotees of romantic novels can refer to as sexual favors. De Beauvoir, this is one of the reasons today's feminists say she's unkind to women, uses the language of the deal. In fact, she writes, woman may fail to lay claim to the status of the subject because, as de Beauvoir says in her introduction, she lacks definite resources because she feels the necessary bond that ties her to man, regardless of reciprocity. Do I have that? It's coming. We'll go back to this and be entertained by map of philosophy. And this complicity is part of the reason some find it difficult to read the second sex. One slide didn't go, other slides went into the wrong place. This is what happens at this hour of the night. This isn't helped by the fact that the new translation is as terrifically awful as it is, almost as bad as I'm being. A tragedy given the high level of de Beauvoir's writerly style. In truth, de Beauvoir is only repeating Rousseau. Marriage is an economic contract with corporate benefits. This is why gay marriage is so important. The anger question already mentioned is part of the analytic continental male-female who gets the jobs, the question of male rage, resentment, anger, which to be sure de Beauvoir also notes when she speaks of the views male students can have with respect to the prospect of competition from women. Every, I quote her, woman student who goes into medicine or law robs us of a job. That rage hasn't diminished, and it's what was said to me 33 years ago when I was first on the market and managed to get a few interviews, whereupon my colleagues promptly nodded, faculty and grad students alike, said, well, it's because you're a woman. That was surely correct. And in any case, no one then and no one now would be looking for someone writing on Nietzsche's aesthetics and epistemology, you just saw what I can do with that, as a bona fide theory of truth. Beauvoir pointed to the same entitlement point. This is the key here that Kate Manna takes up, which she doesn't reference Beauvoir anymore than she references now, except in passing. The male students in question never once reflected on why those jobs might belong to them. He never questioned, as de Beauvoir writes, his rights in this world. This goes without saying, and it still does. This is the other side of the Me Too question, the silent question that can come to be raised only after one has become invisible when walking in the world, as Wallace Stevens writes in his old age. Not that Stevens, poet laureate, was ever actually invisible, except where it mattered, and that was in his own poetic mind. So one goes from the margins. Trish uses some of this language sometimes. I do too, back in 1996, twice over if you write on Heidegger, as Trish will also confirm. Double that if you add Nietzsche, exponentially intensified once again if you're trying to do philosophy of science. Art and poetry is fine, philosophy of science very hard, and so on. All of that to an invisibility in a lifetime. If Me Too, hashtag, is all about the culture of harassment that can shadow a young woman's career, this also shows up in teaching evaluations. The studies show that students are not as fond of female teachers to this day, and Deborah Tannen reminds us, objectively, students prefer the same content, the same words delivered by a male instructor over the same content, the same lines delivered by a female instructor. Me Too is about coming clean, not merely in support, but in acknowledging how very frequent, how very common, to the point of near ubiquity, this culture can be. The other side is what happens when you age. Things do not get better when you pass to the invisible. And in an age of COVID-19, where the aged have acquired the status of lepers in the world, the vulnerable who are regarded as those who should be locked up, never mind Hillary, this is now literal, literally self-isolating, as all of us are, just to be safe, just to be sure that in case you are ill, you will not infect others, and to be sure that you silently weaken your own immune system as the only thing that can strengthen your immune system, apart from the standard things your mother might have told you about vitamin C, echinacea, golden seal, the most expensive, the most valuable herb that we know, thanks to native American herbal medicine, but also garden variety dirt. walking around in the world, going up and down in it, quoting the poet Archibald MacLeish of the generation that writ the Bible. The anger towards women, so Mana tells us in Down Girl, is a matter of expectations, which as she tracks these through her analysis of misogyny, can be seen as a corollary of control, such that misogyny could be attendant to patriarchy and its discontents, particularly with respect to expectations structurally defined by the same. Mana is invoking, it's all she needs to do in order to speak of such expectations no more than, quote, some woman's social roles in a patriarchal culture as men's attentive, loving subordinates, assumed by right, such that the result is anger when these expectations are not met. In the case of young women, the expectations can be erotic, and this is one side of Me Too. The other side, as you get older, as I'm speaking of this, is the continuation of that same entitlement expressed as an expectation in Kate Mana's analysis of support, appreciation, admiration, etc. When this is not forthcoming or not forthcoming as expected, the result is rage, and more than we might suppose. So that's the quote from Mana, you can read that. So de Beauvoir argues, so I am arguing, age is a problem here. Writing in 1949, the examples de Beauvoir gives mention women of 50 as old, but only to make the point that a man of 50 is ready to begin his professional prime, rising to the highest positions, the most important jobs. Her observations remain relevant, as is her contrast with men, given that in him, the passive qualities of an object aren't called for. The quality changes in his face and his body don't destroy his attractiveness, whereas well before she is in any sense old, woman is haunted by the horror of growing old. Not only that, but age as such is often strangely defined, such that as she was 41 when she wrote this, de Beauvoir is uncompromisingly blunt. She's still relatively young when she loses erotic attractiveness and still has about half of her adult life to live. We're going to go to that in a moment. I need another picture, which I don't have, I'm sorry. In 1986, I was not yet 30, living between Brussels and Paris and avoiding Jacob Tauber's very continental harassment when she died, Simone de Beauvoir, 6 years and a day after Sartre's death in 1980. We don't like women when they get old. We like them less when and if they get uppity. Think of the outrage, now we need that slide, contra Germaine Greer, who's only saying in her old age the sort of thing she's been saying all her life. Charming once, it is so very offensive now that there are calls to ban her from speaking engagements. Because she's wrong, that's another talk, and I'm not writing about her work. I'm only writing about rage, academic as that is, that would exclude her entirely, because uppity is whatever we say it is. I have a conclusion. PC post-COVID-19. Above, I referred to death and to the complex myths with which de Beauvoir begins the second book of The Second Sex. Have I just given an entire lecture just to say that there's no there? I certainly feels this way, giving a lecture this way. And in some part, yes, I have. Anger is, as Mana says, a grievous thing, because it is as widespread as it is. And news reports tell us that lockdown, as we're now living it, has led to a predictable increase, fatal and otherwise, in incidents of domestic violence now, because of lockdown, also without recourse, as this is part of Me Too, hashtag, part of the same deal, to use Beauvoir's language. When Geraldine Finn wrote, Why Althusser Killed His Wife, all you need is the title, she was going against the grain in political critical philosophy by suggesting that such a detail as that fact ought to matter to us in Althusser's case. This is part of what I suggested might be relevant when it came to Heidegger and his misogyny. That's what I talked about last year in Rochester. The garden variety, ladies' man style of misogyny that gets a pass when it comes to singers and poets like Leonard Cohen. Hallelujah, and all that. But age brings a different array of entitlements and expectations when it comes to men. And it's noteworthy that we've already shifted to regarding the aged male and female as outcast, expendable, another word for vulnerable, as we return in law and public health to policies that used once to be called fascist and still are. As Meana writes, misogynist hostility can be anything that is suitable to serve a punitive, deterrent, or warning function, which, depending on your theory of punishment, may be anything aversive to human beings in general or the woman being targeted in particular. I've been arguing that Mana and what she describes, her theme, her claims, what she describes only increases with age. This is the other side of Me Too. If I can't help but take a step back to de Beauvoir in closing, it's because she suggests that all of us, men included, might be part of another take, another parsing of the other side of Me Too. This is logical amphiboly, whereby men might come to value as affectively, as erotically, quite as women do. De Beauvoir, an existentialist and thus no essentialist, offers a word of optimism for this account of the other side of #MeToo, suggesting that many of us are already there. If men, she says, would be willing to love an equal peer instead of a slave, as it must be added to those who are at once free from arrogance and without an inferiority complex, women would not be as haunted as they are by a concern for their femininity. They would gain in naturalness and simplicity, and they would find themselves women again without taking so much pains, since after all, that's what they are. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Babette. I'm really energized and excited by what you just said. And I'm also absolutely fundamentally and thoroughly, completely depressed because it's so true. It's so the case. So, you know, I think there's a lot of things to be discussed. So I'm going to open the floor to attendees and other panelists. Anyone who would like to ask a question or engage discussion. Y'all gonna make me start again?
I did mention you a couple of times, Trish. I threw you softballs.
I was beginning to think, you know, I mean, obviously you would do it in a much fuller, better, and in much interesting way, more interesting way with a lot better pictures, but I kind of feel like ain't much left in my paper to say still at this point because it's so much reflected in some of the things that you said. So we'll have to see if I can say something that adds to that when I'm giving my paper. I think that the conjunction of analytic philosophy with how women are treated in philosophy, but also just with the Me Too movement and with gender, that, you know, I mean, philosophy's only been letting women into universities for, you know, what, barely 100 years at this point, even the ones that were the oldest to let women in. And in philosophy, that makes you not even born yet, right? Like in another 100 years, we'll be neonatal as women in philosophy, right? So, I mean, there is that issue. It is something that you only do in universities as, you know, formal and paid career for thing. That's where you do philosophy, unless you get lucky to be in a think tank or something. And so, which also would be analytic, would be weird, right? So how is it that analytic philosophy is able to claim philosophy is, I mean, I would say that one of the gendering of epistemology and ontology is an understanding that there's this universal, you know, post-enlightenment model of truth being unchanging, etc. And that analytic philosophy is doing the same thing as that. It's saying we're basically the shit. Sorry, I shouldn't have said it in the recording, I apologize. We're basically it. And anything else is not actually real, true, authentic, whatever the validating word is there, philosophy. And there's so many kinds of philosophy. There's ancient philosophy, there's feminism, there's, you know, practical, applied ethics, etc. There's a bazillion, trillion different things going on that are philosophy. Yet there's one thing that seems to have taken over. And I mean, it has to be because the academic institution itself remains heavily patriarchal. right? And so that is contaminating something that's in philosophy. And how is it that we cannot sort of push back against that to understand? I mean, is it dangerous for us to actually continue this continental analytic distinction by talking about it? Because when I was a grad student, even then I was giving papers saying, look, it's not really a thing. It's just an economic thing that keeps certain kinds of people outside of having a job. That's all it really functions to do, that distinction, is to keep people out of employment, because you have to be analytic in order to be employable. So why would we want to, I mean, I'm really interested in this. Why would we want to retain analysis of the distinction?
Well, I don't think you have to worry too much, Trish, because it's gone. I don't know any continental thinkers any longer. So no, not yourself. And I think no, because you know, and you're great because of this, and I admire it immensely. We talked about this in Vienna when we could be in face to face and really get into it and talk and really have a drink and all those wonderful things we can't have now. But one of the things you said yourself, I'm not putting these words in your mouth. You say, and you rightly say, that you can do all of these things in analytic terms and terminology because you've studied it, because of your formation. And it's really important. I mean, I ruined my life by studying with Gadamer. That was dumb. It's better to write about him, you know, and have somebody good who can write a letter for you and get you a good job. I can only work for Jesuits, and that was then 33 years ago. No one would hire me now. No, I think that what you're saying is the same, is a very good point. So I agree with you completely, except it's the same argument, same words, change the meaning, that an analyst would use, that Leiter would say. And so there's a problem with that if you say get rid of it, because what you're really getting rid of is me. And
well,
there's a problem
I mean,
I think, because then I have no place at the table, because now one says, well, you need, and I teach at a school where we do that. At my school, we teach analytic philosophy.
And you have a place at tables all through Germany and France, and you have a place at, you know, lots of tables. And I'm glad that you do, because it makes it easier for me to have my job and my career, you know. As someone,
I don't have a place at those tables. That is not true. Brian Leiter has more of a place at those tables than I do.
Well, that's probably true for most philosophers, that Brian Leiter has more.
I agree, and that's why we need to look a little bit at these questions.
But I don't think
what happens when we foreground, and that goes back to the Me Too question. Yeah. What happens when we foreground one particular interpretation of what Me Too means and is all about, and what else might be involved? The analytic anger that's part of it is very much how we hire, very much how we fire, and also why we manage not to cite people.
Mm-hmm. So I don't think that analytic philosophy is about what words you use. I mean, certainly there might be words you would use more if you're an analytic philosopher of science, or etc. I think that the distinction for me is about how you understand that philosophy is a historical project, and you're engaged with and interested in thinking through the history of philosophy, whereas I see analytic philosophy as being able to start from kind of a priori hypotheses, the definition of words, and then see what consequences fall out of that. So for me, it's a different kind of distinction. But I don't think that you are the opposite of analytic philosophy. I just don't think that what we do are, you know, or just, it's not just that black and white, right? There's so much variance and things in between. And I think by not wanting to just be a continental philosopher or just be analytic, just wanting to reject those classifications of philosophy that are so constraining actually can allow you to sort of, sorry to borrow from Nietzsche, to, you know, step across the mountaintops of philosophy and not be drowned in some lake that is a distinction that has done nothing but hold us back, right?
I agree completely, but in all of that discourse, there's no mention of the Parkai or the Morvai or Nietzsche's discussion of philosophy as a death cult. That's what Gadamer talked about, and that is what Nietzsche talked about, and that is continental philosophy. So it's intriguing that that's what de Beauvoir is on about. We read de Beauvoir and we're like, she's mean to women. Okay, it's true. But she's also doing this extraordinary reading of the history of philosophy through Kant, Schopenhauer, and shocker, Nietzsche. Who'd have thought that? I mean, one always notices it, but so much so that her references fall through our fingers, and we don't know she's talking about Mother Right, Bachofen. There's something very important there.
Yeah, very important. But isn't it true that the best way not to be a continental philosopher is actually to be a philosopher working on the continent? I mean, you could, continental philosophy.
I have a book on that, Trish.
American
Yes.
destination, right?
Yes. No, of course, because it is successful. It's analytic philosophy is all we got. I am sorry to say. I mean,
Well,
you can't learn continental
question.
philosophy anymore.
We have a question from Tracy Strong. How much of the anger of older women is a phenomenon of Western society, as there are cultures where old women were valued?
Well, the Beauvoir goes through that herself, and of course, Charles and the Blade, and there's a number of complicated discussions, but it's a difficult issue because, of course, patriarchy is very, very dominant, and that's something also that you will read right through de Beauvoir's account. You really need, and that's also what Nietzsche says, second part of the genealogy of morals. Cultures and governments and societies, to answer Tracy's question politically, have to become very, very strong to be able to tolerate dissonant voices and difficult voices. And old ladies, as de Beauvoir points out, can be very difficult because once they get used to the fact that they're not still young, they don't care anymore. And that's very, very, she said they're going to try that for long. But once they get used to that, they're free. And they're free of other, but they're also invisible, but they're free. That makes them not liked, but you've got to have a very sophisticated society for that to be true. What makes me frightened in writing this paper, which I did just write, is that we are in a moment right now where all of those commonplaces are in a different, as Jacques Ellul would say, en jeu, they're in play. It's a different game, and that stake that you have to look at, what dice are being tossed, is how we have changed the way that we look at women and old women. I think the trouble now is that it's also old men. And when people read new lists for who can fly and who cannot fly, and they find out what age they happen to be on, and they do a mental calculation, okay, so that means that I got 7 years that I could fly. Or so that means that I already can't fly. Or so that means it's depending, because they changed those rules. If it's over 70, I'm good. If it's over 60, I'm not. And so on and so forth. And because, of course, CDC makes this up as it goes along, of course, because it's not waiting for evidence no more than one is waiting in the example after Jill's wonderful paper to say that if we're looking at how different types of reproductive technology work in terms of species success, which biologically speaking means to look and see how those babies flourish in their own world and their reproductive ability and quality. You have to see all of that, and that will take 30 years, 60 years, because some genetic defects skip a generation. So how do you know? So it's a great problem. So Tracy, thank you for that awfully difficult question, which I'm sure I didn't answer, but I will get grief about that later.
Do we have any further questions?
Well, as a pragmatist, I have a pragmatic question to ask. So, as a junior faculty member dealing firsthand with the analytic anger, do you have any practical wisdom to shed about how to deal with highly aggressive feminist male scholars who are also quite annoying?
Wow, that's a very, very difficult question. It's actually a little bit like Trisha's question in a different way, because that's very often the kind of thing you'll be told. This isn't philosophy, or this isn't acceptable. And if you're not told it, these are the discussions that are held at tenure meetings behind your back. Very, very important. So that problem of saying this isn't philosophy, or this isn't, or why talk about continental, why have these terms? the problem with that is that rhetoric is the rhetoric of discounting. It's also, and this, and now I am reminded, a matter of making someone invisible. There are different things than are you dressing in the right way, presenting in the right way, because you can be ignored as a faculty member. Because when this just happened, we just hired someone in the philosophy of science. I am the only person in my department who publishes books in the philosophy of science in journals with philosophy of science in the title, who was not on the committee for recruitment. And I'm a full professor. And that's in violation of the statutes at Fordham University. Why did it happen? Because they wanted a certain definition of what metaphysics and epistemology believe to be what philosophy of science should look like. And philosophy of science is a very complicated field. Trish and I are on the same side as far as those things go. It's very, very difficult, but very, very hard to make progress because you have to bring everyone into that. I totally love your cat.
Oh, it's Furiosa. Yeah, she's lovely.
It's very nice.
Babette, thanks
Yes.
just for a beautiful paper. It was really moving, and I like the comments are, I can't wait to watch it again. So I want to think about death, and I wish I had a deeper question for you, but I wonder, just to start, if one solution to this problem is to bring philosophy outside the academy. And I know I'm guilty of this too. When I'm at a conference and I see, the presenter is an independent scholar, I immediately say, well, I'm not going to go to that paper. But what are the opportunities you see for building up a freer philosophical discourse without being tied to the power structures of the university?
Ooh, thank you very much. That's a wonderful question. But it's also the worst question in the world, because that's what we're in. That's what we are soaking in right now. Why are we meeting this way? The very important reason that I am literally talking to the wall, I like to pretend I'm like Isaac Newton, who used to give his lectures when no one was in the room anyway, because it was his job. There's no one in the room. And I'm talking to myself, but I'm also talking mediated by technology in important ways, things that Jill very rightly emphasized, a very crucial way of understanding how one can understand that, but I am still alone. I don't have what, as a continental phenomenologist, I believe I need the tiny shift that would let me know that you agree and really don't agree, or that you don't agree but do agree. I need the more. And that's something that Jean Baudrillard writes about. I've got to have this ability to give a response that's between and in a look without a word and without a message and a thing. Everything that has to be put into a word shifts everything that is not otherwise available. Not just people who are outside, you're right, of academia, but everything. We are poised to be put outside of academia right now. Do not make a mistake about this. Because everything that we do is demonstrating right now to those who really have power that we don't need a travel budget, that we don't need to go to meet one another face to face. And I desperately believe that we do. That we don't need to hold classes in universities, that in fact, Phoenix University is just as good, and that outside person who has no institutional affiliation, just as good as anything else. The high privilege of an education face-to-face is that if you bother listening to your professor, which I have just taught online synchronously, and I have admired Matthew the whole way for not doing that, but I have done it synchronously because I'm a moron, but also because I met these people beforehand, and therefore I felt I got to talk to them. And by doing that particular effort, I also know perfectly well that if you do not need to be fully present, you will walk away from the screen. You just will. I don't have eyes behind, the back of my head like teenage, people think of their teachers. I know this because that's what technology allows you to do, and you will do what the technology permits you to do. So I think we're gonna be the outsider. I am the outsider soon. You are the outsider soon, because it's not just people who have tenure. All of our pleas in favor of the precariat will be very, very different in our mouths when we realize that that is all of us. We are right now
You want to just continue answering questions until the next session, or would you, because you're the one who's been doing all the work for the last hour or so?
I'm good.
Okay.
I'm thankful to you. I'm grateful for your presence and being able to see you. You don't know what a joy this is, given nothing else, that this is better than nothing. A great deal.
Yeah, and I mean, it is good that it allows people from so many distant places to, you know, our attendees are from different continents and different places all over. So it's a real advantage, but nothing is like being in the room, it's true, and actually having the conversation in the room. So this will not replace that, or it certainly should not replace it, but it's a stand-in in a difficult.
And I wouldn't get the cat. No one would get the cat. It's the cat. Thank you, Sam. That's the cat.
Babette, that was wonderful. Thank you so much. What a beautiful
Thank you
paper.
very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you indeed. Thank you.
This essay is about the genesis or ontogenesis of being that entangles ideas in materiality. And because atoms make up the smallest particle of material reality, it is also a story about space and time. It's not a progressive linear logic of capitalism, but the logic of dynamism that requires us to think imaginatively about the past as past of our future history. Physicist and philosopher Karl Barth calls this triplet space-time matterings, or more precisely, time being. Our time is a time of colonization, militarization, and racism, according to Barth, in troubling times and ecologies of nothingness, returning, remembering, and facing the incalculable. Exploring the significance of our times through a non-linear story of past and future, etching new imaginings into the past and onto the future, she develops her theory of diffraction, exposing generational histories that exist retroactively. Her essay about the possibilities of a justice to come, the tracings of entanglements of violent histories of colonialism with its practice of erasure and avoidance as an integral part of an embodied practice for remembering, which is not about going back to what was, but rather about the material reconfiguring being time in ways that produce new possible histories by which things might find a way to endure. Similarly, Gilbert Simondon's ontological epistemology seeks new ways to express how objects become whole through a process of individuation. Individuation is entanglement of matter and form, which he refers to as information, and it's based on the logic of transduction. Transduction is a horizontal and vertical understanding of time that offers the shortest route to the genesis of beings, I would argue, which has a long history in antiquity. While Simondon's ontogenesis rejects existentialism as reckless, it does not present us with any clear axiological alternative. And I suggest that Barth has those underpinnings for an axiological ethics, which we might think of as entangled in generationally, and she also calls it hautology. It may seem counterintuitive, therefore, to offer a chronological history, considering that we're not doing a chronology of time, but to the extent to which we have relied on Aristotle's uncontested physics right up until the mid-18th century with the rise of positivism, and again, the first atomic bomb that was detonated in New Mexico on Native American soil prior to Nagasaki in July 16th, 1945, it is instructive to offer a linear account of the genesis of being in such a manner that which concludes with Barth's ethics of hautology, or what we have come to understand as generational trauma from thinkers such as Richard Carney. Though I will not be speaking about Richard's, it would be instructive, I think, to actually include his material. For Aristotle, the genesis of being is a becoming, a movement that affects material things. There are three ways something comes into being: through human action, self-generation, and through chance. Furthermore, under the theory of causality, beings are subject to change. They undergo prior and posterior times. And because time is the universal form of change, time, or some derivative of time, must exist in things themselves and cannot be reduced to an epistemological category. This is not apparent to us because the complex interrelatedness of Aristotle's four causes has been systematically overlooked since the late scholastic turn to efficient cause as the only ground for any experience whatsoever. However, for Aristotle, our experience of the world first comes to us from our sense perception, thereby understanding the things around us in a way in which change cannot be reduced to the invisible act of past forces. For the most part, when we consider the elemental constitution of a thing, we say that it is made of matter or elements. But what exactly does that mean? Perhaps we might say elements are composed of atoms and atoms of subatomic particles. But this is not very helpful, for modern physics does not yet know if fundamental particles even exist. Drouillard, for example, explains that while, quote, particles are localized entities that take up space, they can be here or there, but not at two places at once, unquote. Even if they do, it is not at all clear whether the thing they seek to know can be clarified or distinguished from other things by knowing that it is composed of some ratio of these fundamental particles. Yet this is a common way in which the material components of natural things are understood today. The relation between an Aristotelian notion of material cause and the new field of quantum mechanics is still being worked out and will require further detailed engagement between Aristotelian philosophy and the results of contemporary physics. Yet Aristotle had already realized that one cannot rest content by simply pointing to some material stuff, such as wood or bronze, as the most basic material explanation for natural things. Therefore, material cause must be some sort of principle of conservation that persists or endures through all the natural changes in things. Aristotle calls this principle proto-matter and thought of it as a kind of basic potentiality for existing in various ways. Thus, matter for Aristotle is neither some specific material stuff such as water or air, nor is it empty space. Rather, it is an indefinite material substratum that embodies the possibility of actualization in some form or another. What then is the substratum of existence? The generation of an entity at this elemental stage is potential energy, which exists prior to the being's existence. It is an energy that emerges freely from its own internal tendency, not acted upon from external forces, as a spontaneous act. This is precisely what Samantha calls the elemental phase of individuation. Prior to it being coming into existence, it undergoes a pre-individual stage. In the Genesis of the Individual, he describes this pre-individuation arising from a process of differentiation as what he calls pre-individual, that splits into an individual and a milieu. Milieu refers to an active becoming from relative reality to being. This decoupling during the elemental stage brings into existence what does not submit to either form or principle. For Simondon, the very meaning of matter springs up within a complex web of potentiality, form, matter, and energy, or force. Indeed, in a note on the milieu dyad, Simondon explicitly points to a tension in force between two extreme orders of magnitude, where the ontogenetic development itself can be considered as mediation rather than matter. Thus, the origin of beings cannot be characterized as matter alone, while elements are potentially compoundable in various ways, such that under the right circumstances, their potentiality for acting and reacting in a metabolic process can be affected. This is only ever what he calls relatively actualized. Here, the individual is always more than itself. It is super saturated, constantly in a process of undergoing further change, but not in a linear way. The individual constitutes both the individual and the potentialities of the individual. Thus, for both Aristotle and Simondon, the material components that constitute a thing are not solely determinative of it, but merely a relative reality arising out of more primordial protomatter, which is the result of a phase in the being's development. It is only a partial or relative resolution in a system. Latent in individuation lies potentialities and incompatibilities. How do these potentialities form a whole for Simondon? Can they ever reach full potency in perfection like they can for Aristotle? Arguably, Simondon's objects never reach teleological perfection, even theoretically. Rather, the technical object, while it is infinite in its possibilities, tends towards a steady state from the abstract to the concrete mode in which the system is entirely unified. This process not a forming, as Aristotle would have it, but rather an unfolding or an informing. This unfolding of being, of both humans and objects, means that being is more than a stable unity with a formal structure. As we've shown, materiality in its pre-individual state is neither distinct from form, nor is it intelligible as formed matter. While Simondon wants to hold on to Aristotle's refusal to allow form to be reduced to matter and his rejection of matter as inert neutral stuff, he does not accept this formal structure of stability. Being is not a stable state of equilibrium. Rather, being is in a constant state of flux and can only be grasped as the activity at the very boundary of the process of formation. This is not the convergence of matter and form, but a resolution, he calls, quote, a resolution taking place in the core of a metastable system rich in potentialities. Form, matter, energy pre-exist within the system itself. What is this resolution of the self and the other, the individual and the milieu, at the threshold of which things come into being? This is an extended quote, but I think I'll read it out. Simondon writes, quote, the being in which individuation comes to fruition is that in which a resolution appears by its division into stages, which implies becoming. Becoming is not a framework in which the being exists. It is one of the dimensions of the being, a mode of resolving an initial incompatibility that is rife with potentials. Individuation corresponds to the appearance of stages in the being, which are the stages of the being. It is not a mere isolated consequence arising as a byproduct of becoming, but this very process itself as it unfolds. It can be understood only by taking into account this initial supersaturation of the being, at first homogeneous and static, in which preliminary tensions are resolved, but also preserved in the shape of the enduring structure. In a certain sense, it could be said that the sole principle by which we can be guided is that of the conservation of being through becoming. Here, the resolution is by no means the process of stability that is meant in the Greek sense. Rather, resolution implies a thing's becoming what is going to be intrinsic to its being. This anti-reductionist account of causality is the becoming of the individual milieu dyad. For Aristotle, if material cause is a potentiality, then it is a potentiality for something. This is not the case for Simondon. Rather, individuation is made possible by the recurrence of causality within a milieu that the technical object creates around itself from out of itself. It is simultaneously a technical and natural milieu. The separation of matter and form that conceives of form as an eminent and transcendent principle privileges the formal conception of being. Western philosophy, in particular, our orientation toward the rationality of technological thinking, has been framed by such an interpretation. Overcoming the ancient substance metaphysics required from Simondon a transformation in ontology itself, an ontology of becoming. what he would come to call an ontogenesis. So what are the implications for this? In line with our modern thinking, Simondon drops the metaphysical term substantial reality and the inductive logic upon which it is grounded toward a relative reality. This means that the form is no longer the fundamental structure of reality, rather it is replaced by an informing. Informing is a transitive verb which fits into a schema of the logic of transduction. That is a horizontal and vertical theory of generation. Information forms the noun which is an act of, a state of, or a result of. In other words, the technical being retains the essence of its evolution in information. As Gross articulates, this transformation generates a creative leap from the past and present to an unknown future. Unlike the spontaneity of the elemental phase, this phase expresses a successive linear character. The human and the non-human are tied together, each serving as the milieu of the other in a reciprocal process of individuation. Becomings are the spontaneous potentialities of disparate forces, including objects and materials, forming a system that preserves many of the object's qualities while transforming them into a cohesive whole. In Simondon's language, it can be understood as an ensemble. The ensemble tends towards a steady state in a system that is entirely coherent within itself and entirely unified. But this is other than Aristotle's stable equilibrium. Simondon calls it a metastable equilibrium, or the conservation of being through becoming. This movement itself is what Simondon calls transduction. And another quote here from Simondon is, what is transduction? It is characterized by the fact that the result of this process is a concrete network, including all the original terms. It is characterized by the conservation of information, whereas induction requires a loss of information. Transduction does not presuppose the existence of a previous time period to act as a framework in which the genesis unfolds, time itself being the solution and dimension of the discovered schematic. Time comes from the pre-individual, just as the other dimensions that determine individuation. By embedding things or objects within an environment and assigning time as the basic structure of existence, Simondon avoids the Aristotelian problematic of defining limits, which ultimately ends in non-being, and consequently avoids the problematic of teleology in the strict sense, more broadly associated with the determinism. We see in Simondon a deconstruction of Newtonian physics, where life unfolds predictably from the past in an unending series of discrete moments, where every successive moment replaces the one before it. Drouillard calls this time the time of capitalism, colonialism, and militarism. It is what David Wildcat describes as, quote, indigenizing the future. Unquote. Understanding ontogenesis as an interweaving of materiality and form gives us the ontological ground for beginning a conversation about value, particularly as it relates to Drouillard's quantum field theory and diffraction. In quantum field theory, diffraction explores patterns of difference, or quote unquote, differentiating entanglements. It is an entanglement where difference is a matter of differences within. For example, a wave made by dropping two stones into a pond make diffraction patterns. Multiple waves can be in the same place at the same time, and a given wave can be in multiple places at the same time. Particles, on the other hand, do not occupy the same space and the same time. Quote, particles are localized entities that take up space. They are here or there, but not at the two places at once. Thus, differentiating entanglement or entangling is at once both the material conditions and the patterns that unfold. This means that through diffraction, a given particle can be in a state of coexisting at multiple times, and like transduction, it occupies different categories of time, such as past, future, and present, simultaneously. Politically, quantum field physics opens up a radical space for exploring the possibility of change from within this hegemonic system of domination. Quantum time, or what I call transductional time, can overlap with Berard's indigenous time and other subjugated practices. And while Simondon does not present any clear ethical commitment, for Berard this has far-reaching political and social implications. She sees physics as playing an enormous role as a material practice with the direct ties to the military-industrial complex. Its very existence is entangled with war, militarism, racism, colonialism, and capitalism. For Berard, the smallest structure of reality cannot, indeed must not be relegated to the physics lab. For her, there is no ontological distinction between the micro level of the atom and the macro level of politics, between quantum physics and world politics, in other words. The atom, a force extending a mere millionth of a billionth of a meter in length, reaches global proportions, destroys cities in a flash, and reconfigures geopolitical alliances, energy resources, security regimes, and the other large-scale features of the planet. Argues the concept of time and matter completely altered after the first atomic bomb, when, quote, bodies ground zero became molecular, particulate, vaporized. This moment reconfigured what time and being would come to mean. The idea of a fixed, singular, and external notion of time lost all meaning. She writes, the temporality of radiation exposure is not one of immediacy, or rather it reworks this notion, which must then rework calculations of how to understand what comes before and after while thinking generatively. The scale of time and space irrevocably changes. Quote, radioactivity inhibits time being and resynchronizes and reconfigures temporalities, space-time matterings. Radioactive decay elongates, disperses, and exponentially frays time's coherence. Time is unstable, continually leaking away from itself, unquote. Aristotle's external world no longer exists within this framework. Diffraction pattern is a manifestation of different times bleeding through one another. This bleeding or transduction is the manifestation of an ontological indeterminacy of time. It suggests that each history coexists with other histories. They are superpositioned, overlapping times that are at once linear and spontaneous. Quantum superpositions and relatedly quantum entanglements open up possibilities for understanding how the new and the old, indeed multiple temporalities, are diffractively threaded through and are inseparable from one another. So what are the implications for this? Quantum field theory radically changes our understanding of space, time, and matter. It leads to wartime technologies, including the atom bomb. The indeterminacy of time being opened up the nature of matter to a dynamism of the play for being and nothingness, such that the conception of history, memory, causality, politics, and justice are conditioned by it. How do we come to terms with the unfathomable violence that in a flash obliterates time? Retroactively, the, quote, quantum erasure experiment claims the past can be changed. That is the very nature of its being. It is ontologically, it is the past remains open to the future reworkings. That is, whether it will have been a wave or a particle, which are ontologically different kinds, which we've shown above. Arguably, this experiment offers empirical evidence for a relational ontology over and against a metaphysics of presence, and offers evidence for a hauntology. Hauntology is simply the fact that things haunt us generationally. Even if we were not present at that time, Bard uses the example of the story From Trinity to Trinity. Hayashi, the narrator, goes back to Nagasaki and experiences multiple temporalities and finds herself entangled in the traces of atomic warfare and American and Japanese imperialism, simultaneously experiencing the shadows of incarcerated bodies, human and non-human, captured on the walls made into photographic plates by the intensity of the blast. Quote, attempts at erasure always leave material traces. What is erased is preserved in the entanglement, the diffraction patterns of being becoming, unquote. Hayashi's narrator bodily traces these entanglements of colonial histories, violent erasures, and avoidances as an integral part of a sacred practice of remembering, which is not going back to what was, but rather a material reconfiguring of space-time mattering in ways that attempt to do justice to account for the devastation wrought and to produce openings, new possible histories, reconfiguring of space-time matterings through which time beings might find a way to endure. Here the self is dispersed, diffracted, individuated through being and time. Time, this is what I call transductional time. Thus matter is an enfolding or an informing or an involution. It finds alterity within itself as other, the other within. This other is both.
Okay, thank you very much. That was a very informative talk. I had a couple of small questions. And the first one, I just wanted to raise the question of Aristotle on time, because I think his conception is perhaps a little more deep than, you know, is coming across in the analysis that you're representing. I'm not thinking it's your analysis. I'm thinking it's that, you know, you're telling us what's going on in these texts that are talking about him and talking about the physics, right? But of course, for Aristotle, time isn't just a series of set points, right? It's a very flexible, open thing, depending on how you want to frame the question. So if the now is the divider between what already was and what already hasn't come yet, and as a divider, it's not a thing that separates them. It's just like an imaginary dot on a line, right? Where there's actually like a point. It's an imaginary thing, a point. A line at least has extension, right? But a point doesn't. So you couldn't actually have a point as a physical thing, right? So it's just this sort of barrier, like a gap where two things meet up. So there's not actually a gap, right? There's just a discontinuity from this to that. And then that's the past because it's gone, and that's the future because it's not here yet. So that gives us a lot more rich and context of time. Can be the now is us, the now is this week, the now is the semester, the now, you know, however we want to phrase the now, we can talk about it. So do you think that they've done justice to Aristotle on time, or is there something I'm missing?
Yeah, I followed John Pravati on the question of time as far as Aristotle is concerned, and yes, absolutely, it's all coming from the physics. Where you have this clear distinction, probably Pravati does have this clear distinction between the now, what is coming in the future, and what is coming in the past. But I am much more persuaded by Martin Heidegger's concept of Aristotle's notion of the time as being epochal, like you're saying today, which is today, or this pandemic, or the Trump administration, these epochal sways in time. And I think you're absolutely right to be much more sympathetic to Aristotle's hermeneutical phenomenology. That allows for this an understanding of the future in terms of the past as well, and this presents itself as now in this moment. So I think I agree with you, Trish. I think there's a lot of work to be done there, and there's a lot of unpacking of that world to happen. And you know, bit by bit, you know, when you look at all of these different ways of thinking about Aristotle's time, I'm much more persuaded by that than I am of the Kantian transcendental aesthetic, for example, which I find deeply lacking in history. And I follow Heidegger on that one too, just FYI, because he does give us a world history, and this generational history that I'm seeking that Brouillard offers.
Yeah, and maybe sometime we can talk about it a little more, because I actually published a paper on Aristotle and quantum physics once. I used Aristotle's doctrine of potentiality and actuality to solve some fundamental problems in quantum physics, like wave-particle duality, but also Bell's inequalities and delayed choice experiments. And it was incredible how much it fitted to do that, like how helpful the Aristotle was in having an answer to these questions, you know, consistent with when Bohr is asked, part of the, you know, Einstein discussion about trying to undermine that quantum physics could be a useful theory, the uncertainty principle, etc. Right? Bohr comes back at one point and says, well, we need a new conception of reality. And I think that Aristotle's notion of potentiality allows for that space in the middle between what is and what, you know, what is and what isn't yet, or what was, right? So maybe we could talk about that a lot more. I'm just wondering, you know, at another time, I'm just wondering then, so is the sort of takeaway, if I had to do a takeaway in one sentence from what I'm getting out of your paper, which is very rich and needs a lot of thinking. So I hope you publish it somewhere, because it would be really good to be able to sort of, you know, stop and think about things and not feel a little bit left behind sometimes, right? Because it's just so rich in ideas, it's incredible. So should I take away the idea then that the past doesn't actually determine the future, and that there's so much possibility in the future that isn't just connected to what happened yesterday or what happens in Hiroshima and Nagasaki in the last century, or, right? You know, that there's a freedom to the future.
Absolutely. I mean, that is the one thing that I really appreciate Brouillard's work for, where she sees that we can rewrite the history, definitely not linear. This is something that Samantha does beautifully, that he shows how there is an evolutionary trace, which sometimes post-modernity just doesn't allow for that. You know, the evolutionary trace is there. We want to maintain that, and that's why I use Aristotle as well, to keep that tension there. But also that these are epochal sways. This is something that Samantha does a really good job on as well, opening up this place where there are so many potential stories to be told. But then what he fails to do, which Brouillard actually recovers, is that through diffraction, is that it's not clear, you know, it's not always linear, and it's not just chance. It's not just the Aristotelian concept of chance either, the spontaneous notion of chance. It's actually, we go through our history, but we can always come back and change that history. How that is done is very difficult to put into kind of, you know, to actually work through that. I mean, it would take a lot of work to figure out what it is, what is that story that you want to tell that has been told, but we go back and we can retell that story. And by doing that, there's some serious consequence, I'm sure, for that story to be retold again, depending on what we want to retell it. Some people think it would be a poetic retelling. Sorry, Trish, go ahead.
The poetic consequence.
Yeah. Yes. Right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, impacts of changing the story. You know, there's that famous thing with Mao where someone says, "Well, what actually happens?" And the guy's like, "Mao hasn't decided yet." You know.
Right. I love that. Yeah, I really love that. I mean, that is a way to do it.
Yeah, and I was explaining to my son yesterday about he was saying about the Spartans and what bad guys they were, what bad dudes they were, and women and stuff. And I was saying, well, I don't know, the Athenians kind of won that, right? So we have the Athenian account primarily. So,
yeah.
You know. Well, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, just on the Spartan thing, I mean, El-Madou does a really nice critique of that as well, the Spartans. But, you know, he says, how would you possibly know? How can you possibly know until something is broken up like that and broken into a revolution, and then at the end of it, you look back retroactively. I think that's something that Berard also really is keen for us to take away from as well, from her work, is that, you know, we kind of know retroactively. We can't possibly know what is coming in the future. But anyway, yes, there you go.
Right, yeah, so history is the past, but it's not the past that we think it is, because, you know, what we think of as the past is actually somebody's hermeneutic, right?
Right, exactly, yeah, right. And yeah, it's a nice way to finish it.
Well, thank you so much. That was excellent.
Thank you so much, Trish. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Matthew Kruger-Ross. I'm an assistant professor at Westchester University in Pennsylvania. And the title of my talk is Pedagogy, Relationality, and the Connection between Martin Heidegger and Elisabeth Blochmann. The title of my talk indicates the relationship between Martin Heidegger and Elisabeth Blochmann, but a colleague who helped me tremendously pointed out that my title ought to be the other way around. That is, Pedagogy, Relationality, and the Connection between Elisabeth Blochmann and Martin Heidegger. I teach in a practice-based doctoral program, an education doctorate, that attracts students without traditional academic backgrounds and scholarly training. Thus, in addition to introductions to skills relevant to the scholar, we spend time discussing the literature, including fields of study, domains of knowledge, relevant journals and books, authorship, and publishing. In trying to convey the power of the literature review canon, I introduced the metaphor of academic families to frame the conversation. The concept of academic families is nothing more than a metaphor for the history of ideas. Yet by framing the conversation within the narrative of family, it inspires a situated and contextualized hermeneutic history of embodied thinking. In this context and in this way, I, to a degree, reject Heidegger's claim about the connection between Aristotle's biography and his philosophy. That is, he was born, he lived, and he died. This may be an easy way to escape what is an important question. And interesting to note, my own academic family members, the number of them here are at this conference, and just give a pause to recognize them and thank them for being family members. I share all of this because, in part, I am currently in an ongoing dialogue to figure out where Elisabeth Blochmann lives in my own lineage, my own academic family. Professor Blochmann was a teacher-educator for her entire life, and her interests were philosophy and pedagogy. I first heard of Blochmann through personal philosophical connection with Heidegger, which I return to in a moment. I want to know and begin to re-story her as a scholar, and I want to offer up my process. I've started drafting a timeline or curriculum vitae, really, of her academic and professional life to help in my efforts. Her education aligns with what I know of university studies in Germany between the world wars, but her professional life is remarkable. It spans 2 countries. She became a British citizen in 1947, and 4 decades, including becoming the first independent chair in pedagogy at Marburg. One commentator has called Blochmann the first lady of academic pedagogy. But pedagogy and teaching were not an immediate given for her. While she was trained in German studies and history, timing didn't really seem to work out well for her. Teaching was a vocation of convenience. Jacobi likens this Edith Stein's remark. He aligns it with her autobiography on how Edith Stein became Husserl's assistant because of the war conditions that made the young men unavailable. Jacobi writes, quote, "In the mid-1920s, professionally demanding and socially accepted work in non-male dominated world was only possible in the area of general higher education for girls or social education for women, end quote. And here is a selection of her writings, most of them not translated. The ones cited here not translated. And there is the Jacobi, the referencing the first lady of pedagogy, academic pedagogy. When you consult Wikipedia, as my students do, as we all do, we read, quote, of some importance for and great interest in the history of philosophy is Blochmann's steamy affair over many decades with her philosophical teacher, Martin Heidegger, end quote. Steamy love affair. How is this a fair assessment? Blochmann is thereafter referenced as the lesser-known affair, contrasted with that of Hannah Arendt. Only then is Blochmann referenced as she is related to Elfriede Heidegger, Heidegger's wife, as Elfriede and Blochmann were childhood friends and classmates. Joachim Stork, the editor of the correspondence between Blochmann and Heidegger, describes Blochmann as existing in the tension between Heidegger and Hermann Noll, who she studied with at Göttingen. This seems right, not only because of his impact on her social pedagogy scholarship, but also as one of the great scholarly contributions later in life upon her return to Germany was her work on Noll and the legacy of his scholarship and estate. There is also Paul Natorp, who held a chair in pedagogy and philosophy at Marburg, that extends to this extended family via Husserl and Gadamer too. There is the screenshot of the opening page of their correspondence. I am limited by my amateur translating skills and time in my sleuthing abilities. Most of what is accessible about Blochmann has yet to be translated into English, so my sketching is just that, a sketch of who Blochmann is as a scholar and thinking in her own right. But something keeps drawing me back, nagging at me to explore her work and life as many today seek out DNA kits to find their ancestors and homelands. The most direct access I have to her, at least for now, is the correspondence between her and Heidegger, seen here, published in German in the early 1990s. 11 of these letters were translated into English and published in the Graduate Faculty Philosophy Journal in 1991, but only letters from Heidegger to Blochmann were translated, and these letters end in 1933. The majority of the correspondence in the first two-thirds is from Heidegger to Blochmann and spans the years before World War II. Blochmann's letters to Heidegger make up the other third and span the years after the war up until her death, 4 years before Heidegger in 1972. She died in 1972, Heidegger died in 1976. There is a flurry of letters around 1932 to 33 from Blochmann that is a minor exception there. The Blochmann-Heidegger correspondence is significant. It has remained a common reference for scholars interested in Heidegger's early years and using 1917 to 1933 there as a reference, including, for example, John Van Buren and Ted Kiesel. Both draw heavily on Heidegger's letter of November 7th, 1918 to Blochmann, where he directed Blochmann as she was preparing her dissertation on Schleiermacher. But the correspondence is offered with Heidegger, the primary, and Blochmann, the secondary. Van Buren weaves Heidegger's thinking of women in the 1917 to 18 lecture courses, with Blochmann as co-respondent. For Kiesel, the reference to Blochmann is related to what Heidegger was reading at the time. I remain stuck with an initial introduction to Blochmann at present. Over the past few years, I have been advocating for approaching and interpreting Heidegger as a teacher Thus, Heidegger's relationships with colleagues and students has gained new significance for me within Heidegger's work. When I wrote my dissertation, I found a wasteland of time once my final draft was submitted. Rather than reading any additional literature, I read all of Heidegger's correspondence that I could get my hands on. There were the letters with Arendt and to Jaspers, but also letters with his wife Elfrida, and the now famous exchange with Marcuse, and an interesting collection of letters with someone named Elisabeth Blochmann. But only a few of Heidegger's letters to Blochmann had been translated into English. This path I'm now beginning is the result of a seed planted at least 5 years ago in the interim before defending my dissertation. Blochmann has remained consistently on the periphery of my thinking of Heidegger as teacher. Blochmann published on the history of girls' education in Germany and the life and scholarship of Hermann Noll. Blochmann is known to Heidegger scholars as a former student, and lover, but little is known about Blochmann's own philosophical work into education and teaching. Jacobi, in an article drafted to celebrate the 100th anniversary of Blochmann's birth, notes that Blochmann was working on a second volume on the history of girls' education in the 19th and 20th centuries. There we find unanswered questions that remain outstanding. There are questions not only about the nature of education for girls, but also about the relationship between generations of female scholars, their visions for education, and for the advancement of women in the academy. At the most recent Heidegger Circle in Rochester, I was reminded by Professor Babich that while much ink has been devoted to the Heidegger affair, that is, his embracing of National Socialism and his refusal to apologize post-war for his activities as rector, to name just two highlights, Heidegger's neglect and treatment of the women who surrounded him is far less studied and well understood. Given continued interest in Heidegger and my own work into the intersection of teaching and philosophy, it is time to begin telling Professor Blochmann's story. Here we have on screen one of the most popular photos of Professor Blochmann, and recently, I grabbed a quick screenshot of this from the University of Marburg. Just under here, underneath the Shaky Shack, has been renamed the Elisabeth Blochmann Platz there outside the university. Another, as an aside, mention is that I have a website that I've decided to put together to collect all this work that I've been doing. Happy to share the link to that. Includes all of the work that I've tried to collate and pull together about Professor Blochmann, and I hope to keep it updated as I am able to find the time to continue to work on her and introducing more of her work to the English-speaking world. Thank you very much, and very grateful that I've been able to be a part of this conference experience, this virtual conference.
Well, thanks so much, Matthew. That was an excellent paper. I really enjoyed it. And I really enjoyed that you would take up the cause of making sure that women's perspectives and voices in these situations, that this would come out. So thank you so much for that. I'm again calling for questions.
I have a question. Trish, if that's okay, if I jump in?
Thanks. Yes,
okay.
please.
Thanks, Matthew. It was really nice to hear what you've been up to
Thank you.
on this project. So do we know anything then, or do you know anything about what her particular pedagogical style or commitments are? Yes, Babette, there's another cat. She's right here.
This is my favorite part. I know this is not ideal, but my favorite part about doing this is getting the peeks into our homes. I just love it. Oh,
yeah.
Saying hello too.
She's snuggling. Anyway, do we know anything? Like because obviously Heidegger has a very distinctive sort of pedagogical philosophy, and I'm curious if she influenced him, if he influenced her, or, what materials you're looking at to kind of piece this together.
Working on it. The note about the connection as a pole, or sorry, not as a pole, living in the tension between Heidegger and Noll is fascinating. There's also, there are particular pedagogical strategies and ways of being that live in the conversation and the scholarship and the enactment of social pedagogy that is it's not an unwritten, it's not as well recognized in Canada and the United States, that if my hunch is right, she is connected to. There's two collections that were put together by her students to celebrate her, that again, I need to get access to, that would help me understand that more. And that's one of the things I want to know, particularly because of the comment about her existing in that tension between Heidegger and Noll. What does that mean? So thank you.
Thank you so much. That was fascinating. Even though I kept saying, I know there's a slide, but I don't see the slide.
That's why I put that work so hard.
I wrote secret slides. I thought they were secret. But
I worked so hard on the damn slides.
I thought they were great. I have a question though.
Yeah.
Do you see any connection between Eugen Fink, who was, after all,
yes,
a thinker of education in such an extraordinary way, and theorizes it, with respect to Nietzsche, but also Heraclitus, and a very strange relationship. I mean, Fink is, I think I alienated the guy who translated Fink because I said it was terrible. I shouldn't have done that because I really like him. And so I shouldn't have pointed that out because he's German, and you can't translate if you're German into English because you don't know English. It's a problem. And he meant very well. I mean, he's in Australia. But what you're trying to point to would be something that would get to that nuance between what the differences are, and Erziehung on Pädagogik, so different in a German context.
100%. And that's part of the challenge also that I run into / will run into, is trying to reveal and have that conversation in a completely different pedagogical, not even a different pedagogical context in terms of temporality and time, but also you're exactly right, within culture. I'm glad you mentioned Fink, because it's, I mentioned my colleague at the very beginning, who has been the inspiration for poking and prodding me. Which is why I'm so grateful. I didn't start off by saying thank you to all of you for having this conference. All other conferences in this time period just collapsed, but this has been the one I'm carrying the flag for. So I put all of my energy in the past 2 or 3 months into this. But right before I turned my attention to pick this up was about 6 or 9 months working on a piece on Fink. It was Fink, and which is also why I was fascinated that Jill asked Roisin the question about world creation. It was on Lord, I can't remember the name of the title now, but it's a contribution as a book chapter on Fink, Heidegger, and the play of worlding, pedagogical worlding, the world of the classroom, something in that space, but using that idea of the play world, the play of the world, and using that as an access point to the classroom to unpack other stuff I'd also done on world. But it wasn't until I realized and was going through this work with Blochmann, making my way through. I had my time with Fink, and then I turned to Blochmann. But there's the part of that is because you said the new translation of the Fink book has just been out in 2 or 3 years, so that's now.
Well, which Fink book? Which Fink book are you referring to? I'm just referring to Nietzsche because I'm a Nietzschean.
Oh, I'm
and of course the Heraclitus book is old, and that's fine.
Oh yeah, that's old.
That translation is perfect.
Play is a symbol of the world.
Right. I think that one's fine. I think that one is fine. I wasn't making fun of that. It's just a Nietzsche. Nietzsche was a musicologist, a sweet man, whom I really shouldn't have, because now, as I say, people get upset.
Thank you. Thank you for that question.
And you actually have had a question here from Pete Ferreira has asked, what is Blochmann's website URL?
Oh, that's a good.
You can conveniently access that now, or even after you finish your talk. Perhaps you could copy it and paste it into the chat.
So earlier I was accidentally chatting and I dropped it only into the panelists. So I think I've got it to the panelists and to everybody. So here's what I've done. Like I realized, and again, I have to give credit to my colleague for, she encouraged me to share in this way. I had put all of these pieces.
I'm curious. Which colleague?
Sorry?
Oh, I was just curious which colleague, because you said your colleague a few times.
Oh, sure. I'll give her a shout out. She's at my university. Her name is Dr. Leslie Siegel. She works in critical disability studies, and she has been magnificent in helping me stay accountable with my scholarship as we've transitioned to these very weird times. So we've been having developed like a co-writing relationship. So if she ever sees this recording, thank you, Leslie. But I was sharing with her all of these documents that I had been creating and accessing. And I told her when I was thinking of doing this paper, I said, I almost should make a CV for her. Like, I need to wrap my round around her career. And she said, why don't you do it? Just make up a CV. And so I did. And then so I started putting all of these things together because I was trying to get into Blochmann's world. And so that's what's on here. So anything that's wrong is my fault, and I will happily fix it. I hope this is the beginning. I hope it's on an end. And I know I'm right at time.
Yeah, well done. Thank you so much.
All right, so first I'd like to thank the organizers. I'm looking forward to discussing some of my new work with you today. This is the nub of a larger project. I've been doing a lot of work over the years on the local food movement, and I've been particularly interested recently on the unique flavor of food sovereignty in local food in the United States, and the current pushback against gender justice claims in local food. So I'd like to take advantage of the brain power in this virtual space. I'm just going to close my emails because grades just came out and there should be pinging. There we go. Okay. All right, so I'm going to be reading my paper, but I also have slides as well. I also want to note you may hear some critiques in the background, and I just wanted to show you the culprits. Chewy von Wickenpig and Thomas Hobbes, they can be incredibly vocal, so they're just over to the side. So don't mind them. All right, so today local food movements are transforming agricultural systems around the world. This push has been growing since at least the mid-20th century as food systems began to industrialize through the adoption and transfer of agricultural technologies globally. And since then, supporting local food initiatives has been recognized as an important goal by communities from Seattle to Mumbai. This trend is easy to spot as books and articles on local food have become commonplace, with popular authors touting the virtues of eating locally. And these works helped to spark food-focused trends that have gained a strong international following with clearly visible impacts on food policy, local ordinances, and food industry practices. So local food initiatives are diverse, and as such, they're guided by a wide range of values and goals. But part of the driving force of these initiatives, more generally, both in the US context and globally, is the desire to increase local control over agricultural systems that are increasingly industrialized. This push, encapsulated by the term food sovereignty, plays a major role in guiding food projects as they address pragmatic concerns faced by communities and make lasting systemic changes. Now, globally, a non-negotiable element of food sovereignty is women's rights. As women leaders have argued, for a democratic conversation about food and agricultural policy to happen, women need to be able to participate in the discussion as freely as men. Thus, gender justice globally is seen as a necessary condition for realizing food sovereignty. However, when we discuss food sovereignty in the US context, this connection between gender justice and food systems is often obscured or denied. In fact, current research on alternative food movements found a clear gender gap, quote unquote, in the movements with gender taking a back seat to important race and class discussions. Even in academic literature and philosophy of food proper, connecting gender justice commitments to food systems is and has been highly controversial, with critics arguing that their inclusion limits the effectiveness of these projects to bring about lasting change. And we'll talk more about that in the future. This talk pushes back against the erasure of feminist concerns by placing food projects in the larger context. And I present the argument that this erasure undermines the transformative potential of local food movements in general and the ability of food sovereignty to be achieved in the United States context. And I'm missing my own slide markers, so don't mind me. So what is food sovereignty? Well, food sovereignty movements often grow out of critiques of industrial food production methods, market-based strategies, and food security programs. For food sovereignty movements, food is more than just a commodity that we need access to. Food is intertwined with political action, culture, identity, and place. In fact, I just published a paper on the ontology of that undergirds a lot of these local food movements. So the definition of food sovereignty, as it was first coined by La Via Campesina, illustrates this point well. And this is a large quote, but I want to read it because I think it's important as it encapsulates exactly the richness of the term food sovereignty. Food sovereignty is the right of peoples to healthy and culturally appropriate food produced through ecologically sound and sustainable methods, and their right to define their own food and agricultural systems. It ensures that the rights to use and manage our lands, territories, waters, seeds, livestock, biodiversity are in the hands of those of us who produce food. Food sovereignty implies new social relations free of oppression and inequality between men and women, peoples, racial groups, social classes, and generations, end quote. So in this quote, food sovereignty is defined as the right of communities to control their food waste, agricultural policies, and food systems. Here, food systems are expanded conceptually to include more than strictly distributive justice concerns or improving how the benefits and harms of food production is distributed across populations, as we typically see in food security discussions. So according to Noll and Murdoch, food sovereignty demands that, quote, that environmental impacts be considered. They hold broadened conceptions of who or what is an ethical patient to include future generations, ecosystems, and biotic communities, and seek to address racial and gender injustices. Thus, this guiding framework focuses on increasing the self-determination of communities and conceives of these communities as sovereign collectives that should be empowered to work towards the self-determination in culturally acceptable ways. Yet, it is precisely this commitment to a wide range of justice concerns that caused some academics currently to dismiss food sovereignty as a viable movement for bringing about social change. For example, when analyzed as part of the local food movement, food sovereignty guided projects are critiqued as having a tendency to be, 1, vaguer than those coming out of market-based strategies, 2, they ask more of those involved, and 3, they're more difficult to achieve. They place a wide array of issues under the umbrella of food, and this makes it difficult to determine exactly what specific changes need to be made to existing food systems beyond their dismantling and rebuilding. Such sweeping changes could be difficult to bring about, as food systems, trade policy, food-related practices, and various political structures are complicated. In short, adopting wide-ranging goals limits the effectiveness of these initiatives to bring about change. This critique was echoed by Peter Singer and Mason, my personal nemesis. Sorry, I just can't stand his work, but I'll bring it back. Okay. In a recent book on food ethics, they argue that it is unethical to support local food initiatives, as these could be taking resources away from already marginalized farmers. If we're focused for security, then bolstering the amount of capital transferred through industrial farming systems is a better approach than trying to restructure food systems. It's certainly more efficient than addressing social injustices. So in other words, if we want to feed people, then we should work on increasing food access and production and not on addressing wider social issues. And I just want to note that this is also a targeted pushback against some of the major ecofeminist literature, such as Vandavashiva's. So if agricultural systems are conceptualized as a means of producing, processing, and distributing foodstuffs, then the above critiques appear to make sense. Why connect social and political issues to food systems when what we should be focusing on is increasing food security, using food systems to transfer capital in the case of Singer and Mason, or improving the benefits of said systems? And from this position, wider social goals have little to do with increasing the food security of communities. However, it is specifically this position and the failures of predominantly focusing on food security that led to the social injustices that created the need for food sovereignty movements in the first place. And this becomes clear when food sovereignty movements are placed in context. I feel like I'm preaching to the choir here, but this would be a highly controversial position in the food circles. So it's not surprising that farming communities around the world clearly connect justice issues to food system realities. The connection is well known both on the ground and in the ecofeminist literature and larger development literature as well. For example, a common misconception concerning hunger is that the result of a lack of agricultural production or access to foodstuffs. But according to the economist Amartya Sen, for the majority of cases of widespread famine-related deaths since World War II, food has been available within the famine-affected area. People have died not for want of food, but for want of an entitlement to eat it. This is not surprising, as our current agricultural systems were formed in part by the Green Revolution, a post-World War II effort to exorcise the Malthusian ghost of global hunger by using biotechnology to increase crop yields. New crop varieties were created to thrive in industrial production conditions using petroleum-based inputs, and this had the positive effect of doubling food production. However, paradoxically, the benefits of this increase largely flowed to wealthy farmers and agribusiness corporations in the United States, as dropping food prices pushed many small farmers into poverty and indeed pushed many farmers to commit suicide. Currently, the leading cause of death for farmers worldwide is suicide, just as a side note. I'm very uplifting in parties, so, people like to have me over to talk about these things. No, kidding. So this concentration of power had dire consequences for women, including the supplanting of their agroecological knowledge by industrial technologies, the reduction of access to both land and capital. It's called a gender deficit impact, even in contexts where women perform the majority of the horticultural work, and the increase of women's systemic risk of hunger as market mechanisms rather than agricultural production became the primary way of accessing foodstuffs. So it's in this context, it is this context that formed the impetus to create the food sovereignty movement. So here, demands for equal representation, a clean and safe environment, food security for current and future generations, etc., are transformed from something abstract to imperatives or conditions that must be met to repair damage done as a direct result of historical changes in food systems. These issues are not food adjacent then, but food system dependent, and thus clearly connected to agriculture. The historical context also provides key insights into the reasons why these movements are built on the premise that addressing food issues requires an examination of social and political forces. It demands that we understand which organizations, institutions, and other stakeholders hold power. So these are some of the reasons why women were galvanized to become instrumental leaders in food sovereignty movements globally. And gender concerns play a key role. For example, Patel argues that for the discussion to be representative of the community's desires, a non-negotiable element of food sovereignty is women's rights. For a democratic conversation about food and agriculture policy to happen, women need to be able to participate in the discussion freely. This requirement is partially due to the fact that women make up a large portion of population numbers, But it's also of practical necessity, as roughly 60% of those undernourished around the world are women and girls, and women constitute 43% roughly of agricultural workforces, and in many areas produce the majority of food for local consumption. Thus, since the term was first coined, it was recognized that the equal respect and representation of women is necessary to realize food sovereignty. So to return to the above critiques, in addition to downplaying the importance of sophisticated responses to complex problems that involve more than, purchasing on the market, as Peter Singer would have us do, critiques of food sovereignty often mask the key role that gender justice plays in food movements. When gender equality is treated as simply one issue among a number of other justice issues to be addressed, this downplays the importance of women being a part of the decision-making process. But food sovereignty requires that communities have control over their food systems. And in order for this to occur, the equal respect and representation of women is necessary. So this places addressing gender inequalities above other concerns, such as achieving environmental sustainability, addressing intergenerational injustices, if you can even do that without including women, and addressing historical harms. As women typically make up a large portion of the population, they need to be given equal respect and representation when discussing how such harm should be addressed. In other words, the people who are affected need to be at the table when discussing such problems. So the erasure of this fact from both the mainstream US discussions in local food movements and about local food movements, as well as those in the critiques of food sovereignty, is yet another example of the very power imbalances that perpetuate food-related issues. This gender gap also undermines the transformative potential of local food movements, as food sovereignty is focused on transforming society as well as food systems. To transform food systems, you need to transform society. To transform society, you need to transform food systems in general, and the ability of food sovereignty to be achieved in the United States context by separating out the gender component. It undermines the entire project. So at the very least, it's a misrepresentation of what food sovereignty signifies for global populations. And indeed, that was reflected in the definition of food sovereignty that was first coined. So one last thought that I would like to leave with you today. As local food movements gain traction in the United States, many of them committed to food sovereignty, how do we ensure that the important connection between gender justice and food systems is not obscured or denied? How do we stem the erasure of women from local food? So, thank you very much. And now I need to, I'm not sure how to.
That was great. And fascinating and also tragic at the same time. I know that the in 2018, when the FAO reduced its statistics, it noted that there were 795 million people on the planet who were still in food stress and starving, and 780 million of those 795 million people are in the global south. So there's this massive global, breakdown that needs to strongly be addressed to respond to yours, but also your question at the end there, but also as long as we are taking the account from neoliberal economists, they have no way of seeing, they are completely blind, despite Marilyn Waring, they're completely blind to women's contribution, and they think livelihood means income. They can't understand that livelihood means subsistence. So that's a real challenge as well. And I think working with the World Bank to just push them and push them and push them, because the people that I know there who are associate directors of like food programs, or the office that looks after food issues in Africa, I have seen him sitting at dinner almost cry, because he also doesn't know how to. He says, I don't know how to solve that problem of integrating women subsistence farmers into global mechanisms of food distribution. And, obviously he wants it to happen because he was virtually in tears over it. And when I said, well, what can we do to help then? His answer was lobby and say this, because if we have a mandate to do it, we can do so much more.
And it's doubly tragic when you look at the local food movement in the United States and this complete erasure of both like, you know, critiques of the system in general, right? The eraser of looking at power and gender. Gender is just, it's separated from the discussion. And yes, race, class, intergenerational issues, these are all very important conversations that we need to have. But, you know, gender equality, you know, at least as food sovereignty is discussed elsewhere, is a key component that's sort of lacking in our current discussion.
Yeah, the UNFCCC, particularly with the, you know, being pushed by the Women and Gender constituency, has really made big steps forward. That's the most influential constituency now amongst the 9 constituencies of the UNFCCC, and has made really big inroads into having women's issues as farmers and climate impacts understood much more deeply, and being able to provide climate finance project funding in a big way. The trouble now is on the ground getting it to them, because of local conditions of bias against, you know, traditional biases and traditional inequalities for women, but also poor delivery and small scale and bigger scale corruption from where the funds, what happens when the funds get into the country. But I don't want to take up all the space here, so I'm just going to turn it to questions and to who would like to contribute to this.
There's a chat comment.
Go for it.
A chat comment?
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, so I think we can also, there's a couple. So Sumshot Kuala has been making comments to all the panelists. Shall I bring you in? Can we see your picture and hear you say what you want to say? Sumshot, or do you prefer just to remain hidden like that? Well, let me read it out. In Indonesia with the palm oil plantation, and also in India where cash crop is taking over the traditional agriculture to cash crop plantation, women are pushed harder. Women farmers are not included in the discussions. And then Sumshot has also added the World Bank, IMF, or Asian Development Bank are funded to corporates.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a constant struggle globally. You know, by stating that gender is important globally, it doesn't mean that there's not constant pushback against that view, especially with what Trish was talking about with the push by economists to utilize a market-based system that does not recognize in many contexts the contributions of women. This is part of the reason why I find such simplistic and facile utilitarian approaches to food ethics so problematic, because by basically putting out a popular book and saying, hey guys, you know what you should be doing? You should be buying all that fruit coming from Costa Rica. And that is actually a great way for you to help people. It drives me crazy, because you're supporting the very systems that farmers in a lot of contexts are pushing against, right? So you're exacerbating the problem by not taking contextual factors into account.
Do you mind my asking, just on that, how you feel about the millions of animals that are being slaughtered based on that utilitarian approach, actually, I would imagine, over the last two months, 7 weeks?
Oh God, yes. Do you mean the breakdown of our agricultural systems currently?
Well, yeah. It's kind of tied to this idea of food distribution, isn't it? And you know, we have enough food, right, in the world to feed everybody, but there's a problem with food distribution in almost every single country, including this country. And it happens that this country now is in serious trouble as far as that is concerned, and particularly the animals that are connected to that link.
Well, and that has a long history. I mean, if you look at the history of meatpacking in the United States, since the 1800s onwards, you're seeing a consolidation of your packing and distribution companies. So previously you had your ranchers, and your ranchers utilized small scale packing houses, and then it moved into the system. Now we have let's take chicken. Chicken has 4 main packing companies. You know? So the farmers don't have control over when and where they basically harvest, quote unquote, their animals. And because of this push towards efficiency, it also paradoxically, when the system breaks down, pushes you towards a great waste as well. And it's a lack of power at the local level to be able to modify and address conditions quickly. So yes, we're seeing, well, we're seeing millions of animals being euthanized right now in the system simply because of a breakdown. And that's highlighting problems in the system. Also, it's highlighting injustices that are built into the framework itself. I mean, Bernie Rollins talks about how changes in the meat industry since the 1950s exacerbated justice issues, and I tend to agree with him. And not to mention issues concerning workers. American agriculture has always been built on exploitation, and that exploitation is being highlighted quite keenly right now. Sorry to put it so bluntly. Yeah, and I work for the vet college.
Thanks so much for that, Sam. Casey has a question.
Yeah, thanks. So that was really, it was really interesting, and I had to step out for a minute during the Q&A and come back. So let me know if you've already addressed this. But I was really struck by the mention of culturally appropriate in the discussion of food sovereignty, and I wondered. I wanted to, in part, just invite you to say more about that. But also, I wonder if some of the more flat-footed utilitarian pushback, if the folks who are pushing back in that way are as happy to ignore that as they are to ignore gender issues.
Yeah, that's a big issue. In a lot of the local food movements, especially those that utilize market-based approaches, food is seen as a commodity or conceptualized as a commodity that could be like traded and transferred, right? A can of salmon, for example, can equate to another foodstuff that has similar nutritional content. So quite a few of the food sovereignty movements in the United States, I'm thinking specifically of one case with the Potawatomi in upstate Michigan in the UP, if anyone is in, the mining operations in the Upper Peninsula ruined the salmon beds. So the tribes could no longer obtain salmon from these runs. So the U.S. fisheries, in conjunction with Michigan, decided to replace the wild salmon with canned salmon. And that initiated a huge discussion of how canned salmon does not equal their native salmon species, and this is not an equivalent. So yes, there's a very large and robust discussion concerning how food is conceptualized and how this sort of facile, myopic conception of food is problematic from a food sovereignty perspective.
Thank you so much.
Oh, Christine, I didn't know you were on here. Let's see. She has a question.
Hi, Somshot. Can you tell us where you are speaking to us from?
Oh, hi. I'm calling from the University of North Texas. And thank you so much, Sam, for the wonderful presentation. I just wanted to add a little bit of my situation back home. Like, especially in our indigenous community, we had the self-reliance because food is something that as a community, you collectively do many of the activities in farming, in having a seed bank, or having the food where you share equally, or whenever anyone in the community needs, you have a space where you can always share, so that way you didn't have a visible starvation or poverty, which is like seen in the outside world. But in the recent year, like with the coming of all this Monsanto seed, replacing the indigenous seeds, this is one big turn where many of the farmers are facing a problem. And for women, especially women farmers like in India, they are not recognized. And if I'm to say of one of the area in my state, like mining and dams building is one of the huge, all these extractive industries that really displaces indigenous people, plus also doing away with all their sources of the livelihood, because when you submerge the vast areas of land where it used to be an abundant area that supplies your food systems, that is completely underwater, or when uranium mining or other kinds of mining happens, then that really is a place where you just kill the indigenous systems of their living. So that is one huge problem that is coming up in, especially in the region where I come from, in the northeastern states in India, where the place is known for the rich bio hotspots of the world, the region. And as it has been unexploited, now that the government is eyeing and a lot of multinational corporations coming in, doing the mining, that really is one issue. And one quick example, like India has enough food supplies in their food, the corporations, they have the FDI go downs, have the food, but then they will not give out. Because of the corruption, they give out to only specific areas, and some areas they would withhold it as the, maybe the officials want to sell them to a retailer or something. And by the end, when they cannot sell it, they have to just throw it away. So that disparity of who access food, who cannot access, and then the system really, when it is highly corrupted, it is really hard to have access to food justice or to talk of food sovereignty, like, yeah, because all from the top level, which is very highly corrupted, then to really percolate down to the local communities is difficult. Thank you for giving me the chance.
Oh, thank you for sharing as well.
Mm-hmm. And also, I think that Christine Dickens is going to speak to us about chickens. So I have signed you up here for that.
Christine loves chickens. So, you know.
Hello?
Oh, there you are.
Hello. I wasn't expecting to speak today, so I don't have much or to ask any questions necessarily. But I really appreciate the input of the previous speaker. And while potentially slightly off topic, I noticed that when we were talking about kind of ethical concerns with all of the animals that are slaughtered, one of the biggest issues, I think, rests on smaller farmers, at least in the US, not being able to speak out against those practices, even if they would want them to be changed. In 2015, there was a lawmaker in Ohio who tried to get this changed.
Yeah, I mean, there is a disempowerment of farmers in the United States that tends not to be recognized, but that is very visceral and very real.
Sam, I think we're going to, I know there's one or two more questions maybe that might be in the question and answer, but we might be able to get back to those at the end of the conference, but I think we'll have to move on. And I just want to say thank you so much for a wonderful, very, very interesting paper today. And we're looking forward to maybe having a chat afterwards.
Wonderful.
At the end of the closing remarks by Casey.
Thanks. And first, you know, a lot of thinking going on, but I really need to thank you, Ocean, and also Casey, because it was really quite a thing to put this together to do for the first time. Very experimental, and we were never really quite sure how it was going to turn out. And it seems to have turned out actually quite well, and we still have a significant group of participants. So thank you to the participants for hanging on for the whole process. And I actually want to start what I have to say by just reporting that Washington State University is located on the ceded lands of the Dimiupu, also known as the Nez Perce tribe, and the traditional homelands of the Palouse Band of Indians. We acknowledge their presence here since time immemorial and recognize their continuing connection to the land, to the water, and to the ancestors. So, I have come to understand, I'm not going to do a PowerPoint, I'm just going to talk through the paper. In the first part, I didn't want to get it wrong, so I've written it out. But after that, I have some ideas I pretty much want to get out there for discussion. So interrupt me anytime. You can ask a question anytime, and you guys keep telling me when there's a question that I haven't seen that's in the chat or in the Q&A area. So I've come to know over time that Dasein cannot be gender neutral or ungendered, such that Heidegger's account of Dasein is contrived within a phallic logic. I therefore am looking to collaborate with scholars who want to think a space, a place, or even an event that might be opened by the question of Dasein as woman for a book I'm editing. So my goal is twofold. First of all, shamelessly, to speak about this volume and elicit chapter proposals. So if you're interested in it, my email is in the chat list. Copy and paste it and send me a line telling me that you're interested in the topic. I've already collected a few, but I'd like to collect some more input on this issue of what might the implications be of thinking Dasein as a woman. The second thing that I want to do is I want to introduce you to the idea of a yonic rather than phallic. And we all know that phallic is a reference to the penis. Perhaps we tend to be not so familiar that yonic is the equivalent in reference to the vagina. So I want to lay out some points of engagement here on the issue of what might it mean to have a yonic rather than a phallic understanding and thinking, and I would say logic of Dasein. So I want to show also, as Babette did in her amazing talk earlier, that this isn't just a gender ethics issue and an equity issue. It is those things, but it is also an ontological and epistemological philosophical issue. So I take this on as a woman who's pissed off at the way that we get treated, but I also take it on as a person who is deeply engaged in it as a philosophical inquiry. So I'm going to chase down this second goal in 3 parts. I start with Heidegger's argument that Dasein is pre-gender and explain why I don't accept it. Then I draw from a rigori to characterize Dasein, not just in, but as a phallic order. And I then provide some introduction. So I don't really have big statements to make. I just want to sort of show that there's a basis of something that we can plant here that could really flourish into something larger as an accounting then of what Dasein might be and do in and as a yonic order. So first I'm going to talk a bit about Heidegger's gender blindness, and I'm taking us back to a course he taught in summer 1928 called Logic. It's published as the Metaphysical Foundations of Logic. In section 10 of this text, he argues, presumably in response to a question from a student who would be keeping the protocol that day, as he did with his classes, which is why we keep on getting more and more and more of his, the Gesamtausgabe doesn't stop. It's a bit daunting how it just keeps growing and growing because all these courses are, included in it. That day, one of the protocol keepers was Helene Weiss. And so I think it's not a coincidence. It's not coincident that the question of the gendering of Dasein was raised. So Dasein is, of course, transcendent in Heidegger's account, and this is what he argues in response, and transcendence is prior to gender, is basically what he's going to say. Let me just make a comment now about the gender neutrality of the philosopher more generally than in this Heideggerian account. So this has been suspect since at least Plato's Symposium, and indeed the history of philosophy has barely concealed misogyny beneath its alleged neutrality. Paula Ruth Boddington shows that philosophy impregnated with maleness is falsely influential if it is put in about as universal and absolute what is only male and relative. Geraldine Finn, who, thank you, Babette, for referencing her in your talk. Thank you, Matthew, because I can see you're nodding your head, because I'm just, my screen is actually frozen on the picture of Roisin. So I didn't know if you were properly able to see me or not, so you have greatly encouraged me. So thank you, Babette, for talking about Geraldine Finn. She's actually Canadian, isn't she? I believe so. She cites through enough sexist material from the canon to refute any suggestion that the history of philosophy has ever been gender neutral. Flax treats the sexism of philosophy psychoanalytically to argue that the patriarchal unconscious seen in political philosophy is, quote, rooted in a need to deny the power and autonomy of women, end quote. One might even read the history of philosophy as a response to what Kitté calls womb envy. Heidegger's 1928 claim that Dasein is gender neutral must be read against the feminist claim that thinking in the agora, the public realm, and the academy can never be gender neutral, as long as the polis is determined by a patriarchal ethos. In explaining that Dasein is sexless, and this is a translation issue, that it gets called sexless. And once when I was in Vienna giving a talk to, a bunch of soldiers in a military ethics conferences, all in their uniforms, I submitted my paper title, and instead of gender, they put sex. So it was the question of sex in the military. And I immediately wrote to the organizer and said, don't say sex, say gender. And he said, oh, it doesn't matter. And I said, of course it bloody matters. Also, it's my paper, and that's what I want you to call it. But he didn't. And when I got there, it was still in the program. So when the title of the paper was read, he giggled like a 12-year-old. And I started off by saying that I had wanted the title to say gender and not sex. And he giggled again, so I couldn't help myself. And I said, and the reason why I want to do this is because the connotations of using the word sex will cause men in the audience to giggle like a 12-year-old. I haven't actually been invited back by him, so I don't know if that upset him, but it really needed to be said. So in explaining that Dasein is sexless, Heidegger argues that this sexlessness is neither the, quote, the influence, the indifference of an empty void, the weak negativity of an indifferent ontic nothing, nor is it the indifferent nobody and everybody, the voidness of an abstraction. Rather, Dasein's neutrality is, quote, the primordial positivity and potency of the essence. The potency of the origin, des Ursprunges, which bears in itself the intrinsic possibility of every concrete factual humanity, Heidegger says. Dasein may never exist as neutral, but neutral Dasein is rather the condition for the possibility, he tells us, of Dasein's existence. Dasein is not an egocentric individual. Heidegger rejects here Dasein's factical, existential isolation and argues instead for what he calls the metaphysical isolation of the human being. This metaphysical isolation is, however, not so clear. It entails transcendent Dasein existing, in some sense, prior to its world. This is neither practically possible nor consistent with the claim made strongly in Being and Time that I'm going to return to in a few minutes again, that Dasein is first and foremost constituted as being in the world. Dasein can be dispersed factically into bodiliness and therefore sexuality, Heidegger argues, because it harbors this possibility in its neutrality. Dasein is disseminated in gender, likewise space, Heidegger argues, because its essence, quote, already contains a primordial bestreuel, Streuung, which is, in a quite definite respect, a dissemination, Zerstreuung. This dissemination of Dasein, Heidegger says, is what makes being with other Dasein possible in a species-like unification. I find, however, that this language of bestreuel and dissemination that evokes spreading of one's wild oats does not help understand at all how Dasein is gender neutral. So Heidegger can be read generously to suggest that Dasein is not gender indifferent, but simply logically prior to any gendering. It contains the possibility of gender, which is therefore not yet determined. Were gender determined, it should be so in confinement to a gender at the exclusion of the opposite gender. Heidegger holds that Dasein always lives factically. That is, in its existence, it is always of a determined gender. In other words, Dasein's possibility for gender is always disseminated into an existent gender. He doesn't seem to get that that's precisely what's at stake here, because that is Dasein, right? But insofar as Dasein is the questioner for whom its own existence is an issue, it is not yet reduced to a gender. Hence it, rather than she or he for Dasein. Heidegger is suggesting then that Dasein's existence can be an issue for it prior to its gender being an issue. Dasein always thinks from a concrete historical situation, as Heidegger has shown incontrovertibly in Being and Time. Dasein is first and foremost being in a world. This world is very much informed by gender. To think transcendently in a gender-neutral way would be precisely to transcend the world, i.e. to be worldless. This is in Heidegger's own terms from Being and Time impossible. In 1928, Heidegger has not yet overcome the metaphysics of subjectivity that inform his own thinking. He struggles with Kant over a series of texts from 1925 to 35 in exactly this overcoming of idealism. The implication of his insights into Dasein's worldliness have not been thoroughly thought through in 1928. There is no transcendence in the sense of worldlessness. Hence, there can be no Dasein that is not always already situated in a world, and subsequently there can be no gender-neutral thinker, and no thinking that is not either phallological or gynecological, i.e. phallic or yonic. Thinking is first and foremost in a world and therefore must be gendered. In fact, only the hegemon can think it possible to be in the world gender-free. Second section, I'm going to talk now about being towards death. This is the negative account in the phallic order. And I'm going to do it through a rigori, as I suggested. So I just want to take us back then to speculum. And I want to just point in particular to the blind spot that she describes in terms of Freud, but you can see it in other places as well. I just want to flag there what she said. So putting it in broad strokes is the interpretation at a sort of, not at a micro, I'm not doing a micro interpretation here. The basic point that she's making in that text, especially in the first half of the text, is that the mother is representative of one's own death. So the mother is nature, and that nature brings with it mortality. It's only because you were born, and this isn't how she phrases it, but it's only, also because that would have been in French, but it's not, as soon as you're born, you are given the gift of death that at some point you will die. So how I would put it is life is always simply just nothing more than deferred abortion. We all face that fate. So how does one respond to that? And her answer is that the intellectual history of the West is an androcentric, or is a phallic project in which an eternal, unchanging, whether it's the philosopher, whether it's the forms, whether it's God, this story is told that causes an inversion in which the idea can become eternal and unchanging. And that is what allows, that's a response against the dread of death that comes about through the mother. So in her Oedipal account, it's about killing the mother and loving the father, because the father can give you this eternal, unchanging vision. You've probably all read Rigori, and you probably already know that. So if we take that idea, I want to talk about the alienation of that comes with that particular account of what it means for something to be real, and of the displacement of women through the displacement of nature. So I want to remind us back to what Casey Rentmeester said about sonograms and about objectivity and alienation, the displacement of feelings. And I want to make that into a bigger account of post-Enlightenment science, which depends inherently and strongly on objectivity. And if you think about what that objectivity does, precisely because it's what that objectivity is intended to do, is to eliminate ethics, because ethics requires partiality. The first partiality is ethics is fundamentally grounded in an understanding that you don't know diddly squat, right? You don't actually know everything. So ethics is partial, because the knowledge that you need when you make ethical decisions, Aristotle understood this so clearly, is inherently going to be partial. You are never going to have the universal perspective and the grand, God vision that you would need in order to be able to make, an ethical decision is always a risky decision, because it's so impossible to know everything enough to know if you are doing the right thing. But the second thing about ethics is that it brings a kind of partiality, because it brings care. You actually have to care for someone or care for something. You have to have feeling, right? You have to have this relationship of feeling. And objectivity is designed specifically to get rid of that. And we all agree that you shouldn't decide who gets the job on the basis of what you had for breakfast. You shouldn't write your dissertation thesis on the basis of what color, ties people should wear when they're at your dissertation defense, right? I'm not talking about trivial, sort of issues like that. I'm talking about the need to actually be able to be open to the other, to understand why they, warrant ethical treatment and what the problem is, in order for them to be able to, ask for and articulate that ethical wrong that they are subject to, and articulate what might look like a solution. Because if you notice, one of the other thing that this, post-enlightenment vision of science gives us, and vision of science, it's weird that I would just say that, because, if someone explains something to you, you see their point, right? We live in a world of an epistemology that is ocular, that is based on vision. And of course, vision is something that can be captured in an Augenblick, in a photograph, as frozen. Vision exactly allows us to have this eternal, unchanging conception. You take a picture of yourself when you're 10, you stick it on the wall, you change, and the picture ages, but what's in the picture does not age. Thank you so much. Thanks for telling me that, Roisin. So, but you in the picture actually don't age. You are frozen then in time for that. So, what about conversation? What about so-called ecofeminist narrative voice? It's like, oh, how long did it take to figure out that you can actually learn something philosophical and learn something about ethics from hearing narrative voice, right? So what do we get out of a science that becomes technoscience, because it already is technoscience, that's deeply embedded now in practices and systems of capital that do not value whether or not we are dying of COVID, do not value individuals, how they feel, what their needs are, that there is no care in our systems now, because they are ontologically and epistemologically determined by this being towards death that comes out of our systems now. So, I just wanted to reference there this notion of analytic philosophy, making, we had that comment that Babette quoted of when something, and I quoted one already when I was talking earlier in my paper about, making, here I'm moving it to analytic philosophy, taking one conception of philosophy and making it universal as if it's the only way to do it. Now, the problem for the Heideggerian thing now is if I want to go to section 3 and I want to talk about, a bit of vision of what it might mean to have a positive order, life in a ionic logic as opposed to a phallic logic. If you bring back that notion of discussion, that notion of narrative, of storytelling, something fundamental happens. I have taken away that the goal of, or the function, that temporality comes to Dasein because of being towards death. And I want to argue or show, which I don't have time for now, so I'm really just throwing it out there. I want to suggest that a ionic logic actually doesn't get temporality then from being towards death, because I'm describing it in the part that I don't do because I'm running out of time, is being towards life. And that's the farmers growing, the women farmers who actually provide 70% of the food that people eat on the planet. And in some places in Ghana where I work, they provide like 85% of what goes into the local food basket. The ones who are breastfeeding their baby, the ones who are feeding a baby that they are not breastfeeding, the ones who are making life happen, who aren't all being towards death, because I don't have time for that. I gotta feed my kid. I can't be an existentialist because the existentialist stares into the abyss. The mother stares into the, crying mouth of the hungry baby. And I'm not being an essentialist here. I'm not saying that, all women have babies. I'm talking about gender here because all babies are born to women. And that's what makes it a women's issue. Not because we all, have babies. We are all raised as if that's our future and our option for us. But really, it's because every baby has a mother, whether that mother is the birth mother or the raising mother or whatever. There's a relationship to the maternal in growing older. So if we could think through some of those points, how might we find a ionic logic that means of being towards life? How might we understand a temporality that isn't futural towards death, but is much more in the now and is about helping life to thrive. I've said temporality is at stake in this question of Dasein as a woman. What other, what else is at stake in such a, dare I use the word, analysis? Thank you.
Trish, that was fantastic. I'm going to, because I'm afraid we'll run out of time and then I won't get a chance to ask you a question. So I got to go right in and ask you. I've got a couple, but let me ask one anyway. Number one, Anna Byrne does a beautiful job on being towards life, actually, as what is her name? The book Natality and Finitude is the name of the book. And she says, what is this thing prior to existence? Kind of like what I'm asking as well in my own project, what is that thing prior to existence? And what you're trying to say then is that it is probably, I'm not quite sure, but it is creation. And then creation as woman or something like that. But anyway, I'm really interested in this question myself, obviously, being that my title of the previous paper was something like that. So yes, I'm in on your project. I can't wait to hear more comments, but I'll leave it at that.
Well, I'm going to go Hesiod on you, and I'm going to say it's Eros.
Eros.
Eros, at the beginning, there's Gaia, there's chaos, which is really the opening. So there's Gaia, there's the opening, and then there is Eros. And so I would say that's what I see. That I don't think those three things are so separable. There are different ways of kind of looking at the same thing. And I think Eros is it's the drive to have sex. But it's really the drive to reproduce, the drive to create, right? It's the leaf growing on. I'm looking out my window and there's all these new leaves because it's spring. It's that. It's the one cat chasing down the other cat, right? Like it's so many different things, but it's just this push for life.
Right. Heidegger just uses that term urge, the urgency or the urge, not necessarily desire or eros, but it does use that terminology as well somewhere along the way. But thank you so much, Trish. Fantastic, very interesting. Can't wait to hear more. Trish, Sylvia Burrow has a question for you.
Hey, Sylvia, how are you? Let me put you on the thing here. You're now allowed to talk.
You can unmute me.
And do you want me to put you on your video now that you can talk and tell me?
Yeah, sure. Thank you for that.
I'll just take a second to click over.
I don't know. Oh, there. It's up to me now. Okay. Yay. There we go.
Nice to see you.
Hi. Good to see you. Yeah. So that was interesting. I really like your point about the fact that women have to take care of more material, immediate needs as opposed to staring in the abyss and wondering about what's leading, towards death, so to speak. So I'm wondering, just in light of like some of our previous discussions about, the whole enterprise of philosophy and its aims that we were discussing earlier in the day. What do you think about philosophy? I mean, we have a lot of privilege right now with the people we are, but hasn't there been also this, this privilege, part of the privilege that, men have had to sit around navel gazing, theorizing, while excluding women from their theorizing, but women were taken up with all these immediate needs and so forth. But to the advantage of the privileged who are able to sit around, talking philosophy. And here we are now. And how do you see how we, as feminists, fit into this whole history? We have this whole male-dominated history of philosophy in which women have been excluded, anything to do with women have been excluded largely. And now we're aiming to make our own mark and our own dent. Do you think so what are your thoughts about that, I wonder, in light of this idea about...
Well, yeah, I think it was different for the Greeks than it is for us. I mean, I think they, you know, had more than 2 categories for women. We sort of have this, you know, post-Victorian mother or whore, and they also had the hetaira. And the hetaira is the, you know, girlfriend. I mean, you marry who you have to, you produce the children. It all has to be, you know, she has to be the daughter of an Athenian citizen because she couldn't be one herself, but, you know, she has to be the right kind of period. So there's all this gatekeeping that gets to determine, and that's also true for the men, right? I mean, if you're a proletarian, you're not busy doing a lot of philosophy, and you're certainly not writing and publishing about it necessarily because you're too busy because your labor is appropriated, right? So there's a lot of issues entangled here together. But the appropriation of women's labor is an ongoing issue in the way that I don't want to say that slavery, particularly as it's been enacted in the US, is not something that needs to be condemned. I don't mean to condone it in any way at all, but I am constantly expected to do labor for free, whether it's looking after the students who are upset, whether it's dealing with the students, you know, how many of them are going to their male teachers? I mean, there's literature on it already, right? And how much family is turning to them in this time now. You know, they turn to the mother because that's what they're used to. So we still have you know, women are assigned these kind of care work and this domestic work, and all of it is completely unpaid. I once was married to a guy, and I said, we got to get a cleaning lady because, you know, I'm working full time too. And he said, oh, we can't do that. That's too bourgeois. So I said, seriously, so you want to not pay someone to do the work you expect me to do for free? So we are privileged, but we're still caught in the same, you know, it's like Anna DeFranco says, the system gives you just enough to make you think you see change. I'm liberated. I can have a job, I can be a single mother, I can this and that. But when I pass that work on, the housework, the childcare, I pass it on to women. It's still women's work, even though some of us can escape out of it because of our economic and, you know, where we're situated in our society and our education, basically our privilege, right? Our privilege allows us, and that's always been the case. There's women who've been, you know, moved out of it. So the hetaira is a really fascinating category because, I mean, one of the things that the hetaira would often do is, you know, when the guy's got a book and he gives it to her, she would copy them out so that they could spread it around and then have conversations talking about it. So in some ways she was voluntarily, you know, she chose to be the guy's girlfriend, or for hetaira, for lack of a word that substitutes in English, right? But at the same time, someone had to do the gatekeeping for her to be eligible, and it was contingent upon ways that she looked and abilities that she had. And the wife didn't get to choose whether she was be one or the other, and then the one who was just a servant didn't either. So there's certainly a lot to be said here, and I think that philosophy in particular has quite a lot to answer to in terms of women, because these are the kinds of issues that, you know, we've known about them for, you know, 70 years now, at least from Simone de Beauvoir, yet nothing changes in the academy, right? Like, what's different? I mean, we're 50-50 male-female students in most institutions, but we're still down in the ranks. And if you go to the level of, full professors, it's, you know, it's kind of, if you go to the instructors, the proportion of male to female reverses by the time you get up to full professors. You know, I've done studies at this in universities that I've worked at. In
the leaky pipeline, yeah.
Yeah, so I think that it's really shaming that in our culture that's still where we are.
Trish, there's one comment here from Pete Ferreira. It could be a comment or it might be a question, so I'll just throw it out to you. Being from birth. Hang on, wait a minute.
Being from birth.
Being from birth as the obverse to being toward death.
Well, I think that's a really nice, you know, way for it to begin. But I think also as being from birth, it's also being towards growth, right? Being towards birth, being towards renewing, and being towards, you know, that's one of the things that changes in the temporality issue is it's no longer this straight line of being towards death, but it's more a kind of a circular practice of respecting the seasons if you're a woman who's farming for subsistence and, you know, etc. So I would be, thank you, I'm going to take that and start with that, but I also would want to continue it to have a futurality of it as well. It's just for Heidegger, the past and the future are kind of like a, you know, a circle, and there's just this opening, which is this empty space, which is great because then you can fill it. But I want to say actually it's kind of full, and it's a list of things I need to do before I go to bed tonight, kind of thing. You know what I mean? So I want to get a fullness in now as well as those two things.
There's one more question here, Trish, and it's 3:33. So would you mind taking it, and then maybe we'll move on to Casey.
This conversation, especially for women assigned at birth, is enormous, and I love this conversation. I have to ask, is there room for transgender women in this conversation? Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah. So I have a question. Is there room for transgender women in this conversation, or is that outside the scope of this talk? I would ask this question through the camera, but my internet can't seem to handle that right now. So I can only ask questions through chat. So she actually, this is Christina Dickens, and she's off.
Oh, thanks for coming back, Christine. Sorry about that. I was trying to turn your video on, and I apparently kicked you out instead. So mea culpa, and I totally apologize. I mean, that's a really good question, and I struggle with that. And I think that there is room for transgender women in the conversation, but at the same time, I think that transgender women and non-transgender women need to have some more conversations, because it's a bit problematic when the transgender voice blocks out the other kinds of voice that come from women. Because I think, you know, we can welcome transgender, but at the same time, we have to understand that we have different experiences, right? And what we have at stake in identity questions may not necessarily be the same thing. So I think that we need to really be inclusive, and I think that we need to do that by having conversations together, because sometimes I feel like I'm being told about what it means to be a woman, and I think we need to all have a view on that, but I don't think that I need to be silenced in that discussion, because I didn't choose this, and I'm subject to its struggles. I'm subject to its oppression. So, you know, I feel that I kind of want to have my voice included a bit. So I hope that's okay as an answer.
Trish, thank you. Was there one other question, Babette? Did you have a question, or did I see that hand going up?
Yes, I did. Thank you so much. That was a very fascinating presentation, and it's a good question, because I've always wondered about that.
I'm gonna rope you in for the book now that you said that.
No. My question is actually, I've always wondered what it would be if Dasein were human.
If Dasein
were human. Because I'm not sure that Dasein is human necessarily if you read Heidegger. Now, I know that is taking a perspective fairly much from Rainer Schurmann's position. That's why I had various pictures of Rainer. But not just because he noticed the analytic thing first, continental thing first a long time ago, but because I think that the focus on Dasein can make one lose the question of being a bit. And that's always a problem if you want it still to be about Heidegger. I mean, I always think Dasein can be dolphins, can be little creatures from Alpha Centauri. You know that Immanuel Kant talks about the Außerirdischen, the people in the in space, who might come down in spaceships. The very idea of inclusiveness that you just ended on very, very delicately and wonderfully would also include not only transgender, but beings from other planets, maybe. And I think one of our big problems is that we don't seem to see that animals have that kind of claim, no matter what they do in the experiments we perform on them. You know, Coco, whatever, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how much the ape meets us. We just say, well, clever Hans, and we raise the bar, or we ignore. So one of the saddest things that you can see, especially with animal behaviorists, and that I think is scary, is that we will raise all kinds of absurd questions that must be posed just the way scientists like to pose them to get experiments done, so that we will get the answers that we want. But anyone who has a dog or a horse or a cat is aware that there's an extraordinary bit of information that they're rushing out to meet us with their being right there before us. And they'll be like, hi, have you have hands, there's a can opener, could you use, I mean, there's a whole thing that they're able to do with the flick of a tail. And we're like, I don't know, it can't talk. And there's an amazing thing that is Dasein human. So before we get to what if Dasein were a woman, or the being towards life, I'm just wondering, what do you think about that broader question of whether or not it's limited to us? I mean, is it only us that is the there of being? Because the das, which is the neutral in German, it isn't really. It's the da, the there, the here I am of being, that awareness that you are. I just wonder about the broader thing. I mean, I'm all for it. I like your project very much, but I'm thinking, can we include more than just us, chickens, as it were?
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, I'm with you. I think anything that can put into question its own being is Dasein. You know, it's a kind of self-consciousness, and it's a thinking process. I mean, in that same book, he says that animals are, is it Dasein poor? But he basically says, well, there's rocks and there's Dasein, and then animals are kind of like a poor version of what we do. That's in exactly the same book from this logic class, right? The Metaphysical Foundations of Logic, that he does that, right? I mean, so I'm with you on that. It's just that I think that the history of philosophy is written largely by men who have spent a lot of time putting themselves into question. And I think that what I want to do is to broaden that question so that it is more inclusive. And the obvious place to start is with gender. And you kind of can, I mean, I'm not sure that there is such a thing as being human. If there is, women certainly aren't human. And I've had long debates with my son over this. And he's like, why do you say that? You know, my son is, is half African. I will say to him, well, why does Black Lives Matter? Matter is a phrase, right? I say that because women have so not been included in what it counts to be human. Historically, we've always been subhuman. We don't have enough heat to turn our, blood into semen, so we have to menstruate instead. And, we're castrated women according to Freud. And, there's all these, I mean, those are the examples I've taken from Uri, but there are a lot of accounts like that around. We are the helpmate, right? We are kind of the support staff. And so I don't think that women are human. And I think I'm quite happy for that. It gives us an understanding of, we don't really know what we are, and we have come into it. In the 20th century, for me, that was the most important thing that happened philosophically in the 20th century, was women got told, you don't actually have any idea what you are and who you are, because we've been telling you all this time, and now suddenly you want to talk for yourselves, right? So,
well, I mean, just one quick follow-up to that, though. I mean, Aristotle's kind of old news, older than de Beauvoir. I mean, Aristotle's thousands of years ago with his own sense of these things, and Paracelsus, and the entire medieval theory of humors. People have known, biologists anyway, for a very, very long time, that the female is the ground plan of the human being, that the Y in the XY chromosomes that men carry around is simply a defective X, missing a leg. It's not just the absence of a penis, it's the absence of anything complete and substantive as part of the Y chromosome. There's nothing on a Y chromosome except where body hair should be. And so this is something very, very important about that. This is one of the reasons that I don't think women are irrelevant in these things at all.
Not at all.
They are.
As a mother,
Yes, but your son has nipples for a reason, because it's the same body plan. One of the reasons you can have transgender, trans ladies, is because you take some estrogen, and if you eat a lot of beef, and there's estrogen in beef, the same thing can happen to you. Because, of course, men can grow breasts. Men can grow breasts because they can.
Yeah, but lots of
it's the ground plan
built in before the fetus becomes gender specific, right? So yeah, women get orgasms because of that. Men get nipples, because of that. But
no, men get nipples. Nipples are formal.
But let me come back with just one quote. I'm going to come back with one quote, because I think in the end there's something terrifying about women. It's because they bring you life, which means they bring you death, but also just that capacity to bring life is something. So here's, Samantha DeFranco for you. You think you have power because you hold the weapons of death. I can make life. I can make breath.